Good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Another beautiful day here on this first Thursday of September. We're past Labor Day and we've got a 10-race card on tap here, Rachel, for all of our racing fans, not only on track, so welcome if you're joining us here at the track, and big hello to all of you tuning in. Main track is fast. Started off this morning, track superintendent Tony Martinez sending out the text to the big group of us that really appreciate that every morning, Tony and his hardworking crew, but muddy, and now, of course, a fast track under clear skies here. Temperature-wise, it's cooled off. We're in the low 70s. And the turf course, great. We're on the turf rated good, and the turf rail set at 36 feet this race week.
Yeah, I saw Depew, our assistant to Tony. He's the grass specialist, and he was just cooking on that zero turn today when I got here around 11. So our grass is ready to go. Super excited about today's card, but there is a little bit of the R word, I think, later tonight, and then maybe a little bit tomorrow. I don't like to say it because I don't want to jinx it. I'll let Macy do it.
I thought that was the case going in from last night into this morning.
It's getting cool at night, too, so keep that in mind, you guys.
100%, but Rachel mentioned her name, and we're always happy to have, as part of this Wire to Wire pre-race show each and every day, those at WRTV6, and today the forecaster is Macy Tetrick, so good time because Rachel mentioned we'll see if it is the R word or not, but fast main track right now and turf course good. But for the official race day forecast on this first Thursday of the month of September, let's go downtown. WRTV6 Macy Tetrick is standing by. She's waiting for us to toss to her right now. In fact, Macy's ready. Macy, how are you?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, if you're up early this morning, you know it was a little bit of a dreary start to the day, but the rest of the afternoon looks very pleasant with lots of sunshine and dry weather, although temperatures not really going to warm up much. Just a little bit of a breeze going, which will keep us stalled in the upper 60s. And then as we head into the overnight, we'll dip down into the mid 50s. Still going to see mostly clear skies tonight, and as we look to Friday, temperatures will try to warm just a little bit into the mid 70s. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy Tetrick, appreciate that forecast. Doesn't look too bad. Again, we're in the first week of September, and temperatures have cooled off. We've got, of course, NFL kickoff tonight, and Colts playing home this weekend there at Lucas Oil. We'll have no live racing this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, no live racing. And after tomorrow's special Friday card, like today off at 2:10 on Friday, we'll have no racing here, but of course the first floor OTB open for all of you horse players. And this weekend, of course, not only the betting here on the track, just no live cards on Saturday and Sunday, but Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. But going back to yesterday's card, a lot of smiles in the winner's circle. Great to see Hannah Leahy showed a couple of winners, for Israel J. Garcia. Hannah, I guess, had her father here, and a couple of wins yesterday. That was good to see for Hannah.
Yeah, love to see that, and she won both of them for Israel Garcia. I was at the dentist yesterday, and but I got a really cool little gif of her in the winner's circle from Josh. He does that to me normally when I do embarrassing things. Like I have one gif where I do the face palm from him. Yeah, and the hula one, that was a good one.
The hula looked great.
But yeah, look at this. What a ride on the outside. I mean, she really pushed him, and then she got a little surprise in the winner's circle. Her dad showed up. He didn't even know she didn't even know she was there. Look, she's so excited. So then Josh said, I want to know what she's so excited about, because my AV guys watch all that. And I said, well, probably from winning a race. So I texted her and I said that. And she goes, that and my dad surprised me. So congratulations to Hannah.
And I got to give Hannah credit because Vsop, the horse that me and Chili tracked down there.
I really liked Vsop too.
Well, Vsop was under apprentice Jose Gutierrez, and he's been riding great. That was one of those Gennaro Garcia horses, and he certainly finished last month strong. In fact, Gennaro Garcia vying for a sixth training title here this season. You got Randy Klopp narrowly at the top of the trainer leaderboard. John Harron's having a terrific meet, and then also right there is Gennaro Garcia. But Jose Gutierrez certainly vying for the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award. Of course, that's annual here in memorial of Juan Saez. And good job by Hannah Leahy. Me and Chili was able to track down Vsop in the final strides, got the victory, and then half hour later, on board Queen's Desire. Queen's Desire had been a 17-race maiden coming into this sprint here on yesterday's card. The opening quarter was under 23 seconds flat, half mile in 46 and change. That run by Jane Plain. Tracy Wisner had Jane Plain cranked up at 8-1, but along comes Queen's Desire, and this was her day to graduate under Hannah.
Yep, Hannah with a nice double. Israel Garcia, I think one was 8, this one was 10, so some nice prices there. And shout out to her dad for giving her that nice surprise. And also Fernando had a double. It was his second day in a row for a double. There's a couple horses he's on today that I gave him the nod just because he's on fire. When he gets rolling on those multiple day win streaks, he really gets rolling.
Yeah, talk about the leaderboard. Fernando de la Cruz now with 73 wins here this season after that riding double you mentioned on yesterday's card. Today we have 2 quarter horse dashes to wrap us up, races 9 and 10. Those through the 6 o'clock hour. We kick off at 2:10. Yesterday, the quarter horse finale won by Brian Hollingsworth. He's won a couple of races this weekend. In fact, in the finale yesterday, that last quarter horse maiden dash, Leo Rios riding his first race. Yeah.
Congratulations to him. Yeah, JR actually texted me and said, hey, this is this kid's first mount when he said it was a change. So on Tammy's notes today, of course, she mentioned it, made his first career start. He's been working all meet to get his first career start and rode LB Vegas train in the evening's nightcap. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. We've got some pretty nice, promising young new riders this year and super exciting.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to the top quarter horse jockeys, Eduardo Luna Diaz is having a meet to remember right there. And of course, you'd expect Danny Martinez, the likes of Edgar Diaz, and also Rolando Pena, Francisco Quintero getting those calls from Tony Cunningham. In yesterday's finale, there was an inquiry into the running of the quarter horse maiden here yesterday, but the results stood, and good for Brian Hollingsworth with a couple of wins this week insofar as those quarter horses dashes go. We're at Eduardo Luna Diaz and Tim Eggleston, by the way, leading quarter horse trainer with 35 wins here this season after Saturday's big victory in that QHRAI SSA Futurity with that long odds winner at 45-1 of Flair for Politics. So there a look at the leaders here, not only thoroughbred but quarter horse wise, going into our 10 race racing program here today. This coming Wednesday, we noted no live racing here on Saturday nor Sunday. Then we'll have racing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. A couple of nice premier races on the schedule. 100K, Empire, and the Hoosier Heartland. They'll be the features here on Wednesday. Those handicaps, Rachel.
Very nice handicaps. Very excited for Wednesday, September 10th. So next week. And then, you know, it'll be easier to tell everybody when we're racing because it's all Monday through Thursday for the rest of the week or the rest of the month after this week.
Over the years, one of the top jockeys riding here in the Hoosier State and also around the country. Predominantly, I mean, Deshaun Parker, talking about DP, he's done so well, of course, when you think
just
of
text him to see when he'll be
in
back.
West Virginia. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's scheduled back on tomorrow's card.
Tomorrow.
So, yeah, look forward to seeing him back in action here after, I did see him riding at Belterra Park. And
yeah, also, Jimmy Mac's been putting him out there. He's been riding, it's Deshaun. He bounces right back. He's like Perry Oots. They're like yin and yang, those two.
And while he was on the men, by the way, I did see him doing a little on-air analyst
He
job
did in
there.
Ohio, didn't he?
Yeah. I don't know if it was Mountaineer Park or on Ohio Derby Day, but
back off Ohio. When he retires, he's mine.
yeah, no, I think it was in West Virginia for West Virginia Derby Day. So. But,
cool.
No, DP did great, and but of course we think of him the 20th all-time winningest jockey in North America, over 6,200 career wins. DP back in the saddle. That's what we'd like to see, Deshaun. And again, stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to calling more winners and watching him ride here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hopefully we'll look at the card for tomorrow. No contest today, by the way. We always talk about Wednesdays for winning with all of those Racing Rachel's Warriors. We had an on-track winner, of course, that contest here for players joining us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But alas, horse players, no contest today nor Friday to wrap up the week.
That's all right. You guys get contests every day. We'll take a little break here and go back on Monday.
Says Rachel. Hoosier Day coming up as we go through this first week of September. Hoosier Day, it is a prelude, of course, to the end of October with Indiana Champions Day. Certainly looking forward to this card on the 1st of next month, talking about Hoosier Day. Look at the lineup. Over $500,000 in purses, including the spelling correct Too Much Coffee, the Piedi Bianchi, the Circle City, and the Back Home Again.
Again in Indiana, baby.
Yeah, going to be a great day of racing, and again, all a prelude to the big Indiana Champions Day here at the end of next month. And we certainly appreciate all that the Indiana HBPA, all those involved with racing here in the state, do for us on a daily basis. Season kicks off in mid-April. We go all the way through mid-November, so it's a long meet. And of course, we really appreciate all that the horsemen do for us here.
Yeah, what a wonderful day. And they're going to put in $2,500 for the Hoosier Day Legends contest. So really looking forward to a big day of wonderful Indiana racing. I know everyone looks forward to this all year. And we'll see who points towards some of these races. They're pretty big. I can't wait to see Jay Oringer, who is the owner of Piedi Bianchi. She just had another baby. By the way, he's got her breeding in Indiana, so very, very good to see that namesake. And so many people, I've had so many people in my whole career, like ask me about that. And
Really?
About too much coffee. They're like, that's so funny that they put. I'm like, that was literally the biggest, like, what's that called when you fish someone or whatever? It's such a joke. It's so funny. Anyways, we'll have a big day.
Looking forward to that on the 1st of October. We still have weeks to go here at the track during this month. That'll be action-packed for sure. And schedule-wise, of course, I've been looking at that refrigerator magnet like all of you during the summer months. But at least
I begged Tammy
we'll
to get those
Friday
still.
card. I appreciate it. Rachel
I was like, don't get the whole calendar. I just want the magnet, please.
I love that. It's the first thing I
I know,
grab
me
each
too.
and every
I have
year.
one in my office and on my.
So again, just to keep you posted, we'll be racing here tomorrow, 2:10. That'll wrap up the week for us. And then no live racing here Saturday nor Sunday this weekend. And then pretty much it's Monday through Thursday cards. So we'll keep that in mind as then we head into October and, of course, the final month of the meet in November. Since we've kicked off this 2025 race meet at this point in the show, we always like to thank our big sponsors for racing here in 2025 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Aradora, Breed Development, and our winner's circle sponsor, B&H Electric. Here at the track, we certainly thank them for their terrific customer service and loyalty to those here in the Hoosier State since 1984. They are on, of course, you can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. You talk about, of course, Bruce Murphy and not only a sponsor here, the Winner's Circle sponsor with Murphy Trailer Sales, but also, of course, prominent owners here in the Hoosier State.
Bruce is a great addition to our ownership program for sure.
Murphy Trailer Sales, the Winner's Circle. I mentioned B&H Electric. They are the tote board and starting gate sponsor. We've got 10 races on tap today, so B&H Electric will get a lot of coverage there up at the gate. Of course, starter Ray Kuick and his crew do a great job as well. B&H Electric with locations in Shelbyville, Seymour, and Bloomington. They're on the web, www.bh-electric.com if you'd like to reach out to them. And of course, we showed you the number for Murphy Trailer Sales, our Winner's Circle sponsor. Indiana's Giant Hubler. Of course, they have locations for all of you that are near the track here and that join us each and every racing day with locations in town and in Franklin. DriveHubler.com, Indiana's Giant Hubler, a great sponsor racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Social media-wise, we have you covered as we get closer to a half hour away from the first of the day, the first of 10. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. Big race coming up on Sunday, by the way, at Baden-Baden. I don't know if you like Rebels Romance.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, on the road to the Ark. Racing Rachel's on X at Racing Rachel M. Brian Aragoni on X at Mr. B Analyst, and Martha Clausen on X as well at Martha Clausen.
I got to get how good Houston's being sent over there. I brought my 3-year-old with me today, guys. Gave him some chicken fingers and an iPhone, and he's just like, it's giving me Ray flashbacks from when she was here at 3 years old.
He watched part of the show.
He did.
Social media-wise, also, you can reach out to us track-wise. Maybe Rachel will be posting a picture there. Well, certainly on her X as Houston enjoys the day with us here at the races. Track-wise at HS Indy Racing on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Houston, smash the like button at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. The food is just too good here in the clubhouse. I think
it's the Blaze in the Monster Machines.
Sunny skies, temperature-wise.
It is. You know what?
Let's
keep it this way. How nice.
Terrific looking day for the first Thursday card of the month of September. We go on Friday too at 2:10, just like today. Main track fast, turf course, the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. It is popular around the world.
I had some people at Saratoga mention it to me too.
Course rated good, and the turf rail set at 36 feet here at the Big Shoe. Stay tuned. Quick commercial break here on this edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns here to the track. The show will be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni to cover the 50-cent early pick 5 out of 10-race card here today. Until next time, for Houston, Racing Rachel, John, Don, and the entire crew, track announcer John G. Dooley saying, back with the B block. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now. I want some of those fries.
Me too. Let's go.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
B block here at Horseshoe Indianapolis of Wire to Wire on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. We're on a fast main track and a good turf course. That turf rail set at 36 feet. Very limited scratches and changes throughout the card today, which we are thankful for. We'll kick off that late fire 5 and Horseshoe hat trick in race number 4. But I'll take you through how I viewed the first 5 races. I think they're incredibly competitive. I think this pick 5 has an opportunity to pay, and it really does every day when you've got 11.99% takeout, less money taken out, more money returned to the bettors, which we should all rejoice. We've got some big fields to start us off. Not very often do we have 10 entered and 10 going into the starting gate in our opening race, but that's the case here. We've got 10 on the card, 8 thoroughbreds, 2 quarter horses, a lot of action, and I'm not going to really spread out my funds too much. I might be going to the ATM early and often throughout this card today if things don't play my way, because these horizontal plays, they're going to have some value to them. Whether you're playing a pick 5, pick 4, maybe you're rolling daily double or pick 3 person, there's certainly going to be some opportunities today. I think we've got some beatable favorites. It begins in race number 1, which I think is completely wide open. The 3 computer programs that I like to follow along with, they all happen to fancy the 2, Wampus Kitten. I was on this horse last time, couldn't take advantage of a dreamy trip, 3 wide, right off the speed, just kind of ran evenly and was with White Dove, the winner that day, throughout in that race, and just appeared to want to chase, really. Wanted to chase White Dove when that horse kind of opened up from the rest of the field, continued on, but was never willing to push past. So it's been some time since Wampus Kitten has won over at Oaklawn Park, April of last year. So I'm going to try and spread out in this race, even though I admit all computer programs or all computer systems that I like to follow all like Wampus Kitten in this spot. She's a 4-year-old filly. I would not be surprised if won. I just think this race is a little bit more competitive. That last race, August 8th, was on our Silks and Roses night, and really any of them could have won. I thought everyone with the exception of Charlena was in with a big chance. Looks like Charlena's not getting much love at this time either, 17-1 on the board. But you do got Hannah Leahy aboard, and she's been red hot. She had a riding double earlier this week. We'll see if she can continue with her hot streak, 17-1 on Charlena. But a wide-open betting event, 10 of them going to the starting gate. No, you're not looking at Kentucky Downs first race. You're looking at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we are thankful for a full starting gate in the opener coming up now 25 minutes away. Race number 2, scratch number 6, Nikki Lynn kicks off that $1 minimum pick 4 in here. We've got all horses with experience, all looking for their first career victory. For me, it's Klopp on the drop. Indiana Smoke Show. I'm sure this horse is named after yours truly. 3-year-old filly by Turbo Compressor, Breakaway Farm, Luis Contreras, and Randy Klopp. This horse could not take advantage of a perfect trip last time out. Luis Contreras had this 3-year-old filly in a dreamy spot just off the top 2, held the rail position, and just wasn't good enough in that race. No significant trouble. There's no trouble lines. I think the class relief is going to make a world of difference for Indiana Smoke Show, who's got the best post draw on the outside. If you're uncomfortable singling in here just because this horse does give potentially the appearance of a pack animal at 0 for 4, Nancy's Kitten is lightly raced. You've got our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz. And I do think Unbridled Attitude has some upside in here. Alex Achard going to be aboard. Obviously, De La Cruz chose the 5 over the 1, but this horse missed the break and was well behind last time out. Now goes maiden special weight down to maiden claiming as well. If you're maybe looking to upset the apple cart, the 1 or 5 would be horses that I consider. However, I'm going to single Indiana Smoke Show. Race number 3, no scratches, no changes. 7 of them will go 1 mile at this allowance N1X level, running for a very generous purse in here. Another bettable race. This race is competitive. I found myself fancying Keg and Inclined. These are 2 horses that I think have some upside despite maybe their low prices. Keg, I know, is 8-5 on the morning line. Could maybe go off as a slight overlay in this spot because Keg is kind of pace dependent. Last time out was off slow, was well back, did close into it very willingly, but forever greedy. Got away with some easy fractions that day, almost 114 for 3/4, and just did not stop. However, Keg was running on very well late, although it's a consistent theme for Keg. Always runs on, rarely catches. The one time they did was in an off-turf event. 7 of them, all horses wanted to be on the turf. Keg could be beaten this spot. Maybe Inclined has a little better kick, gets a little bit better of a trip. However, Inclined is also 1 for 20. That's a concern. I'm going to use those 2 in my tickets and key in on those, but they are definitely beatable. If you're looking to go a different direction, you could potentially use the speed of Jenny's Benet, Gennaro Garcia. Gutierrez is going to be aboard the 7-pound weight break, and the Bug Boy's been winning races. Looks like lone speed on paper. You've also got knee-deep justice for Tommy Medina and Randy Klopp with slow-down justice. A couple of justice horses that maybe you want to take a double look at if you're looking to go a different direction than I am, because I do think there's reasons that both Keg and Incline could be upset in race number 3. Race number 4, we kick off that late Fire 5 in the 4th, also with the first turf race of the day, and we've got 3 today. The $1 Horseshoe hat trick does begin. That's 15% takeout each and every day. Only scratch number 4, Prussia. Not often, and I'll never say I'm enthusiastic about a scratch. However, this race becomes a lot more competitive, a lot more wide open, and frankly, a better betting race with your favorite out. Your 2-1 morning line favorite did scratch for Bill Walden, and with that, this is a competitive betting race. I'm going to go 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8 in this spot. How about Sidrato? Mitch Merle, Susan Anderson, this horse coming over from Belterra, only lost by a neck at 25-1 on the turf debut here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I think that horse is sneaky at a big price. McKinsey Magic could be any sort as we welcome back George Leonard to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He both owns and trains McKinsey Magic. The 3-year-old filly by McKinsey is trying the turf for the second time, ran better than it looked in the lone trying the turf at the fairgrounds. Evan Roman going to be in the saddle and here. Didn't run too bad last time out either. Broke sharp, was in between horses, was right on what turned out to be a very hot pace and faded late. However, Lady Lala did run away and hide on the front end, so didn't fade as badly as one may suggest with McKinsey Magic. Those are 2 long shots that I'm going to key in on. Of course, West Maple deserves a look for Thomas Medina first off the claim. I think Frosted Kisses potentially goes off favored in this spot with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Ethan West. That's 8-1 in the morning line. Your likely favorite, and in my opinion, your horse to beat with Frosted Kisses. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8 as we kick off maybe one of the best betting opportunities of the day in the 4th race. Race number 5, back on the main track in here, 6 furlongs. You've got some hard-knocking old folks in here. Chip off the old block, just pushed career earnings over $600,000 over at Belterra, but he hasn't had a ton of luck here at Horseshoe Indianapolis recently, despite in his younger years he dominated here. He's an 8-time winner at Horseshoe Indy, banking over $300,000. I'm going to take a stand against him today. 2, 8, and 10 for me. I think Ice Express is a horse who cuts back and will be bet down today. Mondavilla, just a horse I'm not convinced is going in the right direction. I do recognize the Indiana bred has taken on some tough foes, including Open Company last time out and the $250,000 Governor's Handicap. I'm just not sure the 3-year-old has kind of had a long season already. 6 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, maybe going in the wrong direction, but Randy Klopp has proved me wrong many a times, and today could be the day as well. I like the other Klopp trainee, Chocolate Moose. Now, this is a racehorse, 5 for 6 in the exact. He'll go long, 2 turns, 1 turn, whatever. He comes with his run each and every time, and last time out, he lost to who I deem a freak right now. Hawkeye is in awesome form, and Chocolate Moose was closing into it. Did get a dreamy spot, closed into it very admirably, but lost to a potential freak in Hawkeye, who's won about 4 races in a row. Healing Waters, John Heron, Fernando de la Cruz. This horse could be sneaky in here. 2-time winner so far this season. An Indiana bred who has been taking on open competition and did get an open competition victory, beating Tiz Eddie, who was the next out winner as well. I think this horse could jump back in a big way and will appreciate being back on a fast main track today for Healing Waters, who draws the eye of our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz and John Heron. We'll see if the Heron gang can heat back up. They've been streaky, red hot or not so hot at all. We'll see if today in the 5th is a hot one for the Heron gang. But anything can happen. We've got some competitive races up and down the card. We'll be on the turf, races 4, 6, and 8. And big fields equal big payouts. And when you couple that with low takeout, it is a must-play on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So build that bankroll before you put in some of those parlays for tonight's NFL season kicking off. We've got it all right here for you at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so good luck.
Fans, just a reminder, we'll be racing here tomorrow at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Special Friday racing here. Tomorrow off at 2:10. No live racing this weekend. No live racing here on Saturday nor Sunday. Post time today and tomorrow at 2:10. Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hold on now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 10 races carded. Another nice day. Partly cloudy, temperature-wise in the upper 60s, low 70-degree range. Main track fast, turf course good. Turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening distaff sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. No changes at the top of a 10-race card. No changes in the 210 opener. The second race maiden sprint kicks off the $1 early pick 4. Here's scratch number 6, Nikki Lynn. Number 6, Nikki Lynn has been scratched. Third race over the mile. And in the third, no scratches. Number 7, Inclined. Make the jockey Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell on 7, Inclined in the mile. The fourth race. The first of 3 today, carded for the turf course. Rated good, turf rail at 36 feet. From the turf mile, scratch number 4, Prisha. Number 4, Prisha has been scratched. The 1, Swift Kelsey. A change of jockey to Hannah Leahy. Had a couple of winners on yesterday's card. Here waive the apprentice allowance, 118 corrected weight. Hannah Leahy, coming off a riding double on yesterday's card, will ride number 1, Swift Kelsey in the turf mile. Number 8, West Maple, equipment change, blinkers on. Blinkers on number 8, West Maple. The turf mile starts the 50-cent late pick 5 in the 5th. A sprint to kick off the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. In the 5th race, due at 4:14, no changes, all 10 run. In the 6th race, one of the 3 on the turf. Race 6, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 5, Sudden Rise. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight there in race 6 at 4:45. Back to the main track we go for the 7th race, a maiden sprint. Here, take out the 3, Kippy 2. Number 3, Kippy 2 has been scratched. Number 4, My Strong Heart, 1 pound over the listed program weight there. After the maiden sprint, race 8 will cap off the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. And in the 8th race, scratch the 8, Epimethium. And 11, Lear was entered as a main track only. Course good, rail at 36 feet. Here, scratch the 8 and number 11. A couple of quarter horse dashes at the tail end of the card. Main track fast. 9th race, the maiden juvenile over the 330 yards. Here, scratch the also eligibles. 11, Valiant The Storm. 12, Buck Bunny. And 13, CV Valiant Corona. Scratch the also eligibles. Number 2, D Double Deuce. And 5 pounds to the listed program weight, and scratch the also eligibles. 10th race to close out the card at 6:43. This quarter horse dash over the 350. 10th race, no scratches, all 10 run. Number 8, Keeney's Final Gift, a jockey change to Antonio Rodriguez. Antonio Rodriguez on 8, Keeney's Final Gift. Number 3, Fancy Demo, 3 pounds over the assigned program weight there. A look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. The fillies and the mare in the walking ring for the sprint opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off under partly cloudy skies. Temperatures in the upper 60, low 70-degree range. Main track fast. 3 of them today carded for the Caesars course. Rated good. Turf rail at 36 feet. We'll have the opener off in just 11 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track now for the first race. Starting the card with a distaff sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 10. No changes here at the top of a 10-race card. Main track fast, turf course good. Turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the distaff sprint. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First up, Joe Ramos with Collected Success. Sammy Bermudez, La Lily has joined Collected Success, loading up. Alberto Burgos with Chiquita Reina. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Wampus Kitten, 7-5, the first favorite. Wampus Kitten breaks from post 2. Next, Andre Zoloa with Outlaw Woman. Santo Sanjor, Captive Heart, drew 8. All 10 run. Here's the top of the card. Hannah Leahy with Charlena. Mitchell Merrill, What About Now on the line with a black cap at 6 furlongs. 2 back, Luna Lena. Jose Gutierrez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. Wampus Kitten 8-5, the first favorite, and one more. Sunny's Flame. Sunny's Flame being led up. Leading jockey Fernando Little Cruz with 73 wins here this season. Main track fast, turf course good for today's 10-race card. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for What About Now, along with La Lily and the Black Silks. Sunny's Flame broke sharp, settles back just off the pace battle. And right there is Charlena, who's also forcing the issue. It's What About Now and La Lily. They take this head-to-head battle toward the half-mile pole. Sunny's Flame up in the third. Charlena's in fourth. Wampus Kid in fifth. Outlaw Woman in the gold is in tight quarters in sixth. They're well grouped. The gray is La Luna on the far outside. At the 3.5, we trail back then to Chiquita Reina with on the far outside Captive Heart. And toward the inside is Collected Success, who was a joint last year in the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.61 active seconds. It's La Lily now on the edge of the quarter pole. La Lily's in front. From the outside, Sunny's Flame. Luna Lena on the extreme outside. Outlaw Woman, Wampus Kid, and What About Now? It's a toss-up as the fillies and mare turn for home. La Lily is just in front. Outlaw Woman makes a split. Right there is Wampus Kitten, who just leads. 1 furlong to go. Wampus Kitten, What About Now? Outlaw Woman. La Lily's under pressure. Luna Lena on the far outside. Collected Success, who is last on the back of the track, mounting a late bid, but with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Wampus Kitten gets the result by 2. What About Now was second, then Luna Lena from Collected Success and Outlaw Woman next. .113.07 after the distaff sprint. 113.07. 2.5 and then a show photo. Thirds up to the judges. Here's the slow-mo. Wampus Kitten, 2-1 favorite, takes it out. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Cipriano Contreras over 5. What About Now? 9-1 on the runner-up. Stand by for the third and fourth from the judges. Result of the photograph. Finishing third was 9, Luna Lena at 5-2. 1 Collected Success at 31-1 getting into the frame. It's unofficial. 2-5-9-1. Stand by for more details. Your attention, please. There's been a jockey's objection lodged here at the top of the card. Jockey's claim of foul. Mitchell Merrill On 5, What About Now, is alleging interference by Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on the 2, Wampus Kitten, claiming foul at the top of the stretch. This is a jockey's objection. Mitchell Merle on number 5, What About Now, the 9-1 runner-up, has claimed foul against Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on the 2-1 first favorite, the 2, Wampus Kitten, alleging interference at the top of the stretch of the Distaff Sprint. Hold all tickets until official. No changes will be made to the running order after a review. On the top of the stretch, the stewards have disallowed the foul claim. The foul claim was lodged by the rider of number 5 against the rider of Wampus Kitten, the 2, disallowed after a review. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 2, Wampus Kitten with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. gets the result. Wampus Kitten is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Catalina Cruiser and a Miss Luna by Henny Hughes. Postword for Cipriano Contreras, Contreras Stable Incorporated, and Randy Wenches. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Wampus Kitten. Takes the distaff sprint at 2-1. Race 1 official. First results in. 2-5 exacta, paid $49.40, 50-cent trifecta. 2-5-9, $56.70. With collected success fourth, the 10-cent superfecta of 2-5-9-1 returns an even $118. At the top of the 10 race card, favorite, first. All 10 ran, fast track, 13.07 seconds. 17 minutes away from race 2, maiden sprint next, scratch 6, Nikki Lynn. Number 6, Nikki Lynn has been scratched from the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, start of the $1 early pick 4. Post time, 2:42. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Distaff Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Wampus Kitten. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for What About Now, along with La Lily and the Black Silks. Sunny's Flame broke sharp, settles back just off the pace battle. And right there is Charlena, who's also forcing the issue. It's What About Now and La Lily. They take this head-to-head battle toward the half-mile pole. Sunny's Flame up in a third. Charlena's in fourth. Wampus Kid in fifth. Outlaw Woman in the gold is in tight quarters in sixth. They're well grouped. The gray is La Luna on the far outside. At the 3.5, we trail back then to Chiquita Reina with on the far outside Captive Heart. And toward the inside is Collected Success, who was a joint last year in the Thursday opener. The quarter 22.61 active seconds. It's La Lily now on the edge of the quarter pole. La Lily's in front. From the outside, Sunny's Flame. Luna Lena on the extreme outside. Outlaw Woman, Wampus Kid, and What About Now? It's a toss-up as the fillies and mare turn for home. La Lily is just in front. Outlaw Woman makes a split. Right there is Wampus Kitten, who just leads. 1 furlong to go. Wampus Kitten, What About Now? Outlaw Woman. La Lily's under pressure. Luna Lena on the far outside. Collected Success, who is last on the back of the track, mounting a late bid, but with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Wampus Kitten gets the result by 2. What About Now was second, then Luna Lena from Collected Success and Outlaw Woman next.
We're 9 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we've got a maiden claiming for 15 here. The 6, Nikki Lynn, is out, and the current favorite right now is my hunch play or best bet of the day, Indiana Smoke Show. This is a really nice Indiana sired maiden claiming for 15. There's some of them dropping down, and so it's kind of half and half. There's a few that are staying in the same class. There's a few that are dropping out of maiden special weight ranks. Let's get right into Indiana Smoke Show, who's my top selection here today. Indiana Smoke Show is going to be ridden today by Louis Contreras, who has exclusively in all 4 first starts been up for Randy Klopp and Breakaway Farm. This is a 3-year-old filly by Turbo Compressor, who honestly, like, some of these were only a few lengths off for 4th. She was bumped at the start. She kind of stalked and just stayed in the same position almost. Once she went into it's almost like she goes into the final turn, and she's just sort of like, okay, I'm just going to kind of coast by. So I'm going to go with this one going into first time maiden claiming here. And Randy Klopp is high percentage and everything, but maiden to maiden claiming, he is 20%. Also, I looked at some of those last races, and a couple of the horses in those fields came back to win next out. In 2 back, and then again before that. So thanks, Abby. Shout out to Abby Shoemaker. She's our Equibase caller. She just said, I am the Indiana Smoke Show. She knows why I picked this horse. She knows. Let's go to the 5. Nancy's Kitten is 9-5 right now. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard our leading jockey for Joe Davis. Man, did him and Joe and some other jockeys get on a tear there for a while. Joe Davis, definitely want to keep your eye on him. This is a 3-year-old filly by very successful Indiana sire, obviously, Unbridled Express. This one's only making its 2nd lifetime start, was in maiden claiming on the debut, and was well bet, really. Kind of got off to a weird start in that race. There were lots of first-time starters in there, and honestly, I think with a better break, she can improve her position in this race. And then I'm going to go with the rail, Unbridled Attitude. 13-1. With this 1-2, we've got some prices here, ladies and gentlemen. 1-5 on this 7. My 5 is 5-2, and then I did try to get a long shot. I went with the Jeff. Look who's graced us with his presence today, too. Jeff Greenhill, everybody. He's here. He's in the paddock, and he's laughing at me. But he's 16-1. I thought he was nice here to round out my tries. This horse is also coming out of a maiden special weight. Off awkwardly. I watched that race. Really did come out sideways there. And this is another one that I think with the drop-in class, this is a 3-year-old filly by Unbridled Express. I just really think that she's going to be a nice one to improve. Jeff is also pretty good when he's going from maiden to maiden claiming. 16% win clip, 40% in the money. The drop-in class, 18% in maiden claiming. For Jeff. So I knew after the 7 and the 5 it would be pretty tough to call, and as you can see with the odds, I mean, this 18 is the lowest of the rest of the field. So, but I'm going to go with Indiana Smoke Show to break her maiden today. The 7 here, we're 5 minutes to race 2. This does start the late 50-cent pick 4. Good job, Houston. You were quiet for a little bit of that. Got my little helper here with me today. Indiana Smoke Show on top. And I hope it stays at 16-1 for that one. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 6 for the maiden. Scratch number 6, Nikki Lynn. Number 6, Nikki Lynn has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts with a $1 early pick 4. If you're just joining, main track fast, clear skies, turf course. 3 of them carded for the turf course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. Nearing post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for this maiden filly sprint. Starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kuick. Alex Ashard with Unbridled Attitude. She finished in back of Estrella Briante here on debut. Now Josh Morales with Buys No Limit. Santo Sanjor, Perla Negra, like Buys No Limit, both here for Tony Duran. Now Joe Ramos, Tap It Charm coming up in the Navy with a white cap. At 6 furlongs, 2 back. Fernando de la Cruz with Nancy's Kitten. His 4th here to Gatling Girl on debut. One more. 4-time started Indiana Smoke Show. Luis Contreras for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 38 wins here this season. Here comes the seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Indiana Smoke Show was fast away. Toward the inside, here's Unbridled Attitude making a dash for it. Perla Negra's right there, along with Nancy's Kitten, tossing that red cap into the ring. These in an early battle. Tap It Charm off the leaders, running second to last, and Buys No Limit trails the Maiden Fillies Sextet. Now on the edge of the half-mile pole, it's Nancy's Kitten. Just leads them for Fernando de la Cruz. Unbridled Attitude with the rail. Indiana Smoke Show right there now closing in. It's a break of 2 more to Perla Negra, who's running in 4th. Tap It Charm second to last, and the trailer at 55-1 odds remains Buys No Limit in 6th. The opening quarter 23.13 seconds at the 2.5. It's Nancy's Kitten. Nancy's Kitten in front. Here's Indiana Smoke Show. Gearing up now for Luis Contreras as they come for home. Tap It Charm on the far outside. Perla Negra between fillies. Unbridled Attitude. We trail back to Buys No Limit, top of the lane. Half mile 47.11 seconds. It's Indiana Smoke Show with Luis Contreras. Indiana Smoke Show has taken charge. Kicks away by 3 from Nancy's Kitten, second and tail swishing. Then Tap It Charm, Perla Negra, and Unbridled Attitude. They're close to home. It's Indiana Smoke Show. Gets the result by 5. Tap It Charm gained second. Nancy's Kitten finished third. $114.50. After the Maiden Fillies Sprint, $114.50. 7 Indiana Smoke Show. 1 to 5 first. Luis Contreras, leading trainer Randy Klopp with his 39th win of the season tops. Here for breeder owner Breakaway Farm. 1 to 5 on Indiana Smoke Show. Starts the $1 early pick 4 off. It was 37-1 on 4 Tap It Charm on the slow-mo. 3-1 Nancy's Kitten. Perla Negra. 3 getting into the superfecta from Unbridled Attitude and Buys No Limit. Was last home 7-4, 5-3. Hold all tickets until official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, Indiana Smoke Show with Luis Contreras. Indiana Smoke Show, a 3-year-old dark mare brown filly by Turbo Compressor. Out of the first dude mare, So Saucy. Randy Klopp with his meet leading 39th win of the season. Here for Janice Jordan's Breakaway Farm LLC. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Breakaway Farm. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Indiana Smoke Show, Graduation Day. The 7-4 exacta paid $40.60, 50-cent trifecta, $27.70. 2-7 for an opening double, $16.60. Perla Negra fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 7-4-5-3 paid $9.21. And the maiden fillies dash, 6 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 6 ran, 1 minute 14.50 seconds after the running of race 2. Race 3 is 20 minutes away in the mile. No scratches. 7 inclined, the jockey Mitchell Murrell on 7 inclined. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:12. Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Indiana Smoke Show was fast away. Toward the inside, here's Unbridled Attitude making a dash for it. Perla Negra's right there, along with Nancy's Kitten, tossing that red cap into the ring. These in an early battle. Tapper Charm off the leaders, running second to last, and Buys No Limit trails the maiden fillies Sextet. Now on the edge of the half-mile pole, it's Nancy's Kitten. Just leads them for Fernando Vera Cruz. Unbridled Attitude with the rail. Indiana Smoke Show right there now closing in. It's a break of 2 more to Perla Negra, who's running in fourth. Tapper Charm second to last, and the trailer at 55 to 1 odds remains Buys No Limit in sixth. The opening quarter 23.13 seconds at the 2.5. It's Nancy's Kitten in front. Here's Indiana Smoke Show. Gearing up now for Luis Contreras as they come for home. Tapper Charm on the far outside. Perla Negra between fillies. Unbridled Attitude. We trail back to Buys No Limit, top of the lane. Half mile, 47.11 seconds. It's Indiana Smoke Show with Luis Contreras. Indiana Smoke Show has taken charge. Kicks away by 3 from Nancy's Kitten second and tail swishing. Then Tapper Charm, Perla Negra, and Unbridled Attitude. They're close to home. It's Indiana Smoke Show. Gets the result by 5. Tapper Charm gained second. Nancy's Kitten finished third. Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the gate.
Welcome back to the paddock here in beautiful Shelbyville, Indiana. 10 minutes away from the upcoming third race. If you haven't started handicapping that horseshoe hat trick, it kicks off in the fourth race about 40 minutes from now, give or take a little bit. It also kicks off that late flyer 5. So if you haven't started capping, you better do so now because it's got some big fields. I think we're going to see some long shots along the way. We haven't had over a $6.80 winner yet through 2 races, but I think that trend is about to change here in the upcoming races. But maybe not this third race because I think the favorite is legitimate. Now, I'm not sure that this favorite is worthy of 3 to 5 by any means, and it appears that DRF algorithm does not either, as they have this horse pegged right around 6 to 5, somewhere in between where they currently are at and that morning line of 8 to 5. John Heron owns and trains this 3-year-old chestnut, Keg. Alberto Burgos is going to be calling the shots as he's been aboard each and every start for this 3-year-old's career, 7 of them to go to the starting gates with 1 win, 3 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes. The big problem with Keg at a super low price, even though I do have this horse on top, is he's somewhat pace-dependent. He's really never shown the ability to have tactical speed, whether he's sprinting in route races. He isn't necessarily slow into stride by any means. He's just void of any early speed. He breaks fine. He just doesn't really have a ton of early foot to boot. Now, last time out, he was off fairly slow, and it was a 1-horse race throughout. Forever Greedy, regardless of how slow Keg may have been off, was unlikely to be beaten that day. Went off at 8 to 5, and it was really in dominating fashion for Keg, or excuse me, for Forever Greedy, who turned that race into a 1-horse event. But Keg is the best horse. I think this horse comes with his run each and every time. He always tries hard. He's usually closing into it. Does he get enough pace in this race? I'm not sure. I think he's probably valued at around 8 to 5, anywhere around even money or 4 to 5. I'm personally laying off. This is a horse who has had a little bit of money burner to him. He's gone off favored in 3 starts. 1 of them was victorious at even money. So kind of follow the money. It's come in right now. We'll see how it shakes out as we're still 8 minutes away. But right next door, maybe better value. And I don't always say the 3 to 1 is a ton of value, but if you're looking at 2 horses and you're trying to pick between 2 of them, I'd much prefer 3 to 1 over 3 to 5. But inclined, very much like Keg, your 2 favorites, they're void of any early speed whatsoever. This 4-year-old colt is very similar to Keg. Likes to make a 1 run of it late in the game. Mitch Merle going to be aboard for Michael Lauer. Joseph Bielmer, known for allowing his horses to linger in last and try and run up the rail, at least in my opinion. I think Mitch Merle is going to be a little bit more tactical with Inclined. They're breaking from the outside post, so while they don't want to get stuck 5 or 6 wide into that first turn, also don't want to give up too many lengths and run into the same trouble that Inclined has had over his last, 15, 16 races. Inclined is 1 for 20. It's not because he's a bad horse by any means. He's running a protected spot each and every time, and in fact, also ran in the $250,000 Unreachable Star handicap as well. This is a talented horse, just a horse who, unfortunately, like Keg, is pace dependent, usually comes with his run, and it's usually good enough to pick up the pieces, but not good enough to pick up the winning kind. Your top 2 favorites all have void of early speed, 3 to 1 on the good-looking son of Reddy's Image. But down on the inside, this one should have it all his own way. If there's a pace scenario that plays favorably in this race, it's certainly Jenny's Benet. Gennaro Garcia and Gutierrez is going to team up in this spot. A 3-time winner from 27 starts. Goes turf to dirt. Looks like lone speed all day. Now, is tested for class. Keg and Inclined have never been at the claiming ranks. Jenny's Benet has dipped as low as $5,000. They were able to avoid being claimed. They jumped right back at the $15,000 claiming mark and turned it into a 1-horse romp in a 7-horse field on July 17th, in which they broke sharp, cleared off by many, and the gray was all alone and made it look rather easy. On the turf last time out, went too quick on the front end. It was his first time trying the turf. I actually think he handled the turf okay. He'll be just fine on the turf, but for me, Jenny's Benet, he may not be as good of a horse as Keg or Inclined. However, he's going to have the best setup in this race. He's going to have the lead on the front end, be able to relax. Gutierrez, our apprentice rider of the year, at least in my opinion, has been winning races at an excellent rate. He especially excels when he doesn't have to come from behind. He likes to be on the front end. He can ration that speed very nicely and get a horse home with Jenny's Benet in here, who goes turf to dirt. A little bit cut back as well. Down on the inside should be the one to catch to cash in here. Your two best horses in the 6 and the 7, they're void of any early speed, but they certainly have some class that the others don't present. 7 of them will go to the gate. I've given you the puzzle pieces. Can you put it together? You've got 5 minutes to figure it out. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This race carded for the main track over the flat mile. A field of 7. 7 inclined, the jockey Mitchell Morrill. Change of rider Mitchell Morrill. The pilot on 7 inclined in the mile. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time for the mile. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile. Jose Gutierrez with Jenny's Beignet. Fernando de la Cruz, Showdown Justice, joins Jenny's Beignet. Evan Roman with Parker. Joe Ramos, Cowboy Justice going in. Santos Sanjor, Knee Deep Justice. Given a 24-1 chance here over the mile. Alberto Burgos with Kank coming up. Kank 6-5 favorite. One more, Mitchell Monroe with Incline. Kank even money favorite for the mile. This field with 20 wins between them. They're all set. Away they go. Sharp start for Showdown Justice with Knee Deep Justice, Parker, and Jenny's Beignet. From the rail for Jose Gutierrez, Jenny's Beignet has pole position in front of a close-up Parker and the black cap, with on the outside Showdown Justice, who's going up and after Jenny's Beignet at the 6.5. On the outside, Knee Deep Justice is running in fourth. Incline next in fifth as they go to the back. Cowboy Justice is running second to last in Keg Trails. They race up the backstretch, and it's Jenny's Beignet. The quarter in 23.81 seconds. The 5-year-old Gray leads the way. Jenny's Beignet by 3/4 of a length. Fernando de la Cruz keeps Showdown Justice right there with the leader for the run toward the half-mile pole, with Knee Deep Justice vying for third with Parker against the rail. Incline is racing 6 lengths off this leader as they head toward the far turn. Still a break of 5 more to Cowboy Justice and 1 more to Kangaroo Reigns last. The half mile for the front runner. Jennings Beignet. Clock 47.62 seconds. Jennings Beignet and Showdown Justice has been his shadow as they round the far turn. Jennings Beignet with Showdown Justice now making a bid. Right there is Knee Deep Justice a close third as Keg in the white cap is looking to circle them, and Keg is on the move. Right there with Incline between horses. Parker is in behind a wall of runners as they straighten away, and Cowboy Justice last. 3/4, 1 minute 12.88 seconds. It is Keg who's coming with a sweep. Slightly lugged in. Keg hits the front. 1 furlong to go from Knee Deep Justice, who tries to kick with Keg, who's still lugging in. Inclined in on the outside, Parker. Dropping back with Showdown Justice is Keg with Alberto Burgos, and Keg is conquered by 3. Inclined was second. Knee Deep Justice third. Parker back in fourth. $139.93 after the mile. 6-7-3-2, the unofficial 6 Keg. Even money first. 7 Inclined. 5-2, the unofficial second. 3 Knee Deep Justice. At 15 to 1/3, here's the mile slow-mo. 2 Parker. 9 to 1/4. Alberto Burgos for John Harron. The son of Teprise. Keg was even money. Takes out the mile. Hold all tickets until official. 6-7-3-2. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle. The 6 Keg with Alberto Burgos. Keg is a 3-year-old. Chestnut Gelling by Teprise. And of Kid Croft by Lemon Drop Kid. Racing for trainer John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds LLC with another victory here this season. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Keg. The result of the third race now made official. Result confirmed by the judges. Keg has beaten home Inclined. Knee Deep Justice. Parker fourth official. 6-7 Exacta paid $15.40. 50-cent trifecta, $16.60. 7-6 double, $7.20. Parker fourth on the mile. 10-cent superfecta, 6-7-3-2, $8.73. First 50-cent pick 3 of the day, paid $10.65. In the mile, favorite first. All 7 ran 139.93 seconds after the running of race 3. Race 4 is next on the docket. The first of 3 today on the turf course rated good. Under sunny skies, turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. And the next one, scratch the 4, Prasha. 4, Prasha has been scratched. 1, Swift Kelsey will be ridden by Hannah Leahy for Ed Moger Jr. Waive the apprentice allowance, 118 pounds, the corrected weight, coming off a riding double on yesterday's card. Hannah Leahy rides the 1, Swift Kelsey. 8, West Maple, blinkers on. Tomas Medina adding blinkers. Blinkers on the 8, West Maple, and the turf mile. Exacta trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s here. Starts at the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Post time will be at 3:43. They're all set. Away they go. Sharp start for Showdown Justice with Knee Deep Justice, Parker, and Jenny's Beignet. From the rail for Jose Gutierrez, Jenny's Beignet has pole position in front of a close-up Parker and the black cap, with on the outside Showdown Justice, who's going up and after Jenny's Beignet at the 6.5. On the outside, Knee Deep Justice is running in 4th. Incline next in 5th as they go to the back. Cowboy Justice is running 2nd to last in Keg Trails. They race up the backstretch, and it's Jenny's Beignet. The quarter in 23.81 seconds. The 5-year-old gray leads the way. Jenny's Beignet by 3/4 of a length. Fernando de la Cruz keeps Showdown Justice right there with the leader for the run toward the half-mile pole, with Knee Deep Justice vying for 3rd with Parker against the rail. Inclined is racing 6 lengths off this leader as they head toward the far turn. Still a break of 5 more to Cowboy Justice and 1 more to Keg, who reigns last. The half-mile for the front runner, Jenny's Beignet. Clock 47.62 seconds. Jenny's Beignet and Showdown Justice has been his shadow as they round the far turn. Jenny's Beignet with Showdown Justice now making a bid. Right there is Knee Deep Justice a close 3rd as Keg in the white cap is looking to circle them, and Keg is on the move. Right there with Incline between horses. Parker is in behind a wall of runners as they straighten away, and Cowboy Justice last. 3/4, 1 minute 12.88 seconds. It is Keg who's coming with a sweep. Slightly lugged in. Keg hits the front. 1 furlong to go from Knee Deep Justice, who tries to kick with Keg, who's still lugging in. Inclined in on the outside, Parker. Dropping back with Showdown Justice is Keg with Alberto Burgos, and Keg is conquered by 3. Inclined was 2nd. Knee Deep Justice 3rd. Parker back in 4th.
We'll head out to the turf course for the first time today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, kicking off that $1 horseshoe hat trick as well as the late fire 5. And while we've been void of any prices yet today, I can assure you that trend is not going to continue. We're going to be on the turf. We've got some big fields today. Our morning line favorite scratched out of this race, number 4, Prussia. And something's got to give because currently the bettors have settled in on number 9, Miss Susan B., Rogelio Labra, on Santos Sanger. Currently heavily favored at 4-5. I'm about 5 deep, and I don't have that horse on my ticket, so something is going to give in here. We've got a 1-for-18 favorite right now at 4-5. It might be a juicy race to try and dive into all those pools or as many as you can. I happen to fancy Frosted Kisses in here, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Ethan West teaming up. I actually thought this horse was likely to go off favored, but swing and a miss on my part. That's why I don't do the morning lines. But this jockey-trainer combination, Ethan West, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., it's like short and sweet. Only 7 ties, but 43% winners with almost an $8 ROI. Ethan West doesn't call the phone of Marcelino Pedroza Jr. very often, but when he has, they have been very successful teaming up, and they were just that on Indiana Derby weekend back on July 3rd in a maiden claiming event in which they got a picture-perfect trip at 16-1. They rolled the rail throughout, shifted out at the top of the lane, and closed absolutely great. May have been 16-1 on the board, but certainly looked like an even money shot. Then they bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but they didn't run poorly by any means on August 16th over at Ellis Park. It was the 5th race of the day on a hot, steamy one over at the Pea Patch, in which it can be tough to close, and they just didn't get the same setup. They went 110, which is fast. However, over there, they don't stop. It's like a freeway. If you find the lead, you usually find the winner's circle, and that was the case for Lady Blake that day. Frosted Kisses comes back to where they are a perfect 1-for-1 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I certainly think there's upside for a horse who has run well here in the past. Gets Marcelino Pedroza Jr. again in 6-1, a juicy price on Frosted Kisses, but right next door is going to be Morgan's Bluff. This is a horse who's tried a little bit of everything, but I'm sure the connections are fortunate that they are able to get back on the turf course today. In fact, 3 races in a row at 2 different racetracks. They wanted to be on the turf, and they stayed in off-turf events. Now, they were pretty rewarding financially, frankly, even though they were off the turf. 2 seconds and an easy win, getting that elusive maiden-breaking score in start number 12. And then they came back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, got a good setup, well off the pace, and she came with her run, this 5-year-old mare. She came with her run almost each and every start. She just couldn't get past Lady Lala, who was the favorite that day and was simply too good. Morgan's Bluff, she's trying hard. She tries hard each and every time. She likes some pace to chase. Her numbers certainly fit. She doesn't always win, but she's 7-1 right now. She's chilly on the board for Howard Siegel. 1 win from 14 starts will do that for you, but she does try, and that's in with a big chance in here. $25,000 claimers in this spot. I think she's in with her friends today, and I think she'll appreciate being back on the turf despite the recent efforts on those off-turf events. 7-1, fair value, but the betting all over the board right now. McKinsey Magic could be your pace setter in here. McKinsey Magic's a 3-year-old filly by McKinsey, does have to take on older in this spot. Horseshoe Indianapolis, welcome back George Leonard, who owns and trains Evan Roman, going to be calling the shots in here. 1 try on the turf. It was down at the fairgrounds in only her 3rd career start, in which she didn't get the best setup. She didn't find the lead. That was before she really knew about the starting gate and showed the ability to have any tactical speed. She just kind of ran evenly around the racetrack. However, the final time came back pretty good. The number was good, even though she finished 6 out of 7 that day. 2nd time on the turf. Evan Roman's been riding excellent here, but he's done a really nice job when he's on the sod at 17-1. You can do a lot worse looking for a long shot in a claiming non-winners of 2 on the turf. There's a lot of upside in here for McKinsey Magic at 17-1 on the board. But look at this Pick 5 ticket that I've assembled. Take you through a couple of my insights on this Pick 5. I think this race is completely wide open, and while we have been chalky this week, Miss Susan B. has 17 defeats and is currently on the board at even money. Now, since I'm not on board, maybe you should pile on and likely single Miss Susan B, because that's typically how it goes if any analyst doesn't like a horse or thinks they're potentially vulnerable. It usually parades them right to the winner's circle. So I want to congratulate Juan de la Cruz on his likely victory in the upcoming 4th. But I'm 5 deep and I don't have your even money shot. It's just not for me. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8. I think this is an awesome betting opportunity, whether you're a pick 5 player or maybe you're into verticals with those exactas, trifectas, and superfectas. This is a great betting race, especially when there's a favorite that has suffered 17 defeats in the past. 2, 3, 5, 6, and 8. Doesn't get much easier in the 5th race. I'm going to go 2, 8, and 10. You've got some hard-knocking claimers in there with some back-class stakes-like talent in there. 2, 8, and 10 in the 5th race that does kick off today's Itoba Pick 4 as well. Step back on this beautiful turf course of ours on a good turf course in race number 6, and you've got Indiana breds, 10 of them going to the gate a mile and a 16th. When I hear Indiana breds going on the turf course, I immediately think there could be some chaos that would ensue. And I think there's some upside with a couple of horses trying the turf either for the first or the second time. Maybe draw your attention a watcher trying the turf today on the turf debut. Hoosier Promise for Tony Granitz and Gutierrez. Second time on the turf. The lone try on the turf. Ran in a $100,000 handicap as well. There's plenty of upside in there. Temple Painter could easily win, but doesn't necessarily need to win. And then Krickenberger, Eric Foster, Fernando de la Cruz, a horse who's a 2-time winner on the turf, overlooked in the morning line, 8-1 on the board. The single's going to come in race number 7 today. We will be singling ad literam. Fernando de la Cruz and Ed Kayamori taking that elusive class drop. We saw a class drop work in race number 2 from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, resulting in a 1-5 winner. It could be the same for Go to Toga Racing. I'm sure they're hungover from their trip at Saratoga, much like Rachel McLaughlin, but they should be able to stumble down to the winner's circle as the single of the day in race number 7. The riders getting the leg up will be on that turf course. 9 of them will enter the gate, and we'll kick off that late fire 5 4 minutes from now.
The horses call postward now for the 4th race. The first of those today, Carter, for the turf course here under sunny skies. Course rated good. Turf rail set this week at 36 feet. Main track fast. Here a field of 9. Scratch the 4, Prescia. Scratch the 4. 1 Swift Kelsey, the jockey, Hannah Leahy. Waive the apprentice allowance, 118 corrected weight. Hannah Leahy rides the 1. Swift Kelsey. 8 West Maple. Blinkers on. Blinkers on the 8. West Maple. Turf Mile, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5 here. First leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf pick 3. 2 minutes to post. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the fourth of the day. The first of three on the turf course here, rated good, rail of 36 feet. Start to the Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. Less than a minute. For the first of 3 times today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Hanalehi with Swift Kelsey. Jesus Castanon and the 5-year-old mare Morgan's Bluff. Joined Swift Kelsey, getting a bit fractious there. Swift Kelsey has settled. Evan Roman with Mackenzie Magic. Frosted Kisses. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., one at the top of the card. Now Gabriel Saez with Purring. Mitchell Morrow, Cedrado. West Maple. Alberto Burgos fighting for a double after Keg's mile win. Those blue blinkers on West Maple here. Over the mile, Santo Sanjo with Miss Susan B. One more, Jose Gutierrez with Air Force Thunder. Start to the Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. Horse good, rail of 36 feet. They're all on 9. Ready for a start. They're off. Cedrado broke sharp. Toward the inside, Swift Kelsey. Mackenzie Magic, another one forward with Frosted Kisses. First time blinkered. West Maple, blue with the red sleeves. Also going for an early run as they make their way toward the first turn with Hanalehi. Swift Kelsey just leans out. It's Swift Kelsey in front of a close-up West Maple. Right there is Cedrato in the black silks. Mackenzie Magic and Air Force Thunder covering a lot of ground at the 5.5. As these fillies and mare go to the back of this good course, then comes Miss Susan B. Settled into here for the turf mile. with Santos Sanjor. Miss Susan B out deep on the course from toward the inside. Frosted Kisses are joined by Morgan's Bluff in the purple cap, while Purring trails. The quarter 22.11 seconds. Strong gallop on with a half mile to go. And it's on the outside. West Maple pressing nearest the inside. Swift Kelsey. They're head-to-head as they head toward the far turn, tracked by Air Force Thunder. Cedrato's a ground-saving fourth. Miss Susan B draws to within 6 lengths off these leaders. Then comes Morgan's Bluff with Mackenzie Magic being ridden to gain 3 furlongs to go. Purring, and finally, as they round the far turn, Frosted Kisses is ninth. Half mile, 45.90 seconds at the quarter pole. It's West Maple. West Maple engaged on the outside by Air Force Thunder. And here's Miss Susan B. She's coming with a sweep. And toward the inside is Cedrato. Down up the rail, Swift Kelsey, 3/4. 1 minute 10.74 seconds. West Maple, Miss Susan B is taking the lead now with 1 furlong to go. Outside with his charge, Purring, who's closing as they come past the 16th. It is Purring. Miss Susan B toward the inside. And on the far outside, Frosted Kisses with Gabriel Saez. Purring driven out. Purring has won it from Miss Susan B and Frosted Kisses. Morgan's Bluff finished fourth. $136.44 after the Distaff Turf Mile. 7 Purring, 19-1 upset. Here's the slow-mo. The judges will examine photos before posting the remaining order of finish. Gabriel Saez. For Chassis Pommier, Jarvis Racing Stable. Purring at 19-1 starts the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Miss Susan B, Frosted Kisses, Morgan's Bluff the mare. West Maple, Blinkers On. Finishing in back of those with Cedrato and the Black Silks. Air Force Thunder among those next home in front of Swift Kelsey. 7-9-6-5. 9, Miss Susan B. 9-5 favorite was the runner-up after the Turf Mile. 6, Frosted Kisses. 7-2 third, and 5, Morgan's Bluff. 7-1 fourth. 7-9-6-5. Hold all until official. The result of the fourth race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 7, Purring with Gabriel Saez. Purring is a 4-year-old bay filly by Kitten's Joy and a forever popular by Dynaformer. Trained by Chassis DeVille Pommier. Ronnie Jarvis's Jarvis Racing Stable LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Purring. 19-1 winner of the Turf Mile. 7-9 exacta, $130.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 7-9-6, $176.75. 6-7 double paid $83.80. 10-cent superfecta, $109.87. The Mayor Morgan's Bluff ran fourth in the Turf Mile. 50-cent pick three, $30.75. 136.44, course good. Rail was at 36 feet. Fifth race, fast main track. Going forward, races 6 and 8. 2 more carded for the Caesars course, now upgraded from good to firm. Course now switched over to firm for the 6th and 8th. Fast main track for the sprint. Fifth race, all 10 run, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts with a $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. We are now fast and firm. 60 minutes to post time at 4:11. Just a quick reminder to all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next live race card will be tomorrow. We're racing here on Friday. No live racing on Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Back tomorrow. Special Friday card off at 2:10. They're off. Cedrato broke sharp. Toward the inside, Swift Kelsey. Mackenzie Magic, another one forward with Frosted Kisses. First time blinkered. West Maple blue with the red sleeves. Also going for an early run as they make their way toward the first turn with Hanalehi. Swift Kelsey just leans out. It's Swift Kelsey in front of a close-up West Maple. Right there is Cedrato in the black silks. Mackenzie Magic and Air Force Thunder covering a lot of ground at the 5.5. As these fillies of mare go to the back of this good course, then comes Miss Susan B. Settled into here for the Turf Mile with Santos Sanjor. Miss Susan B. out deep on the course from toward the inside. Frosted Kisses are joined by Morgan's Bluff in the purple cap while Purring trails. The quarter 22.11 seconds. Strong gallop on with a half mile to go. And it's on the outside. West Maple pressing nearest the inside. Swift Kelsey. They're head to head as they head toward the far turn, tracked by Air Force Thunder. Cedrato's a ground saving fourth. Miss Susan B. draws to within 6 lengths off these leaders. Then comes Morgan's Bluff with Mackenzie Magic being ridden to gain 3 furlongs to go. Purring, and finally, as they round the far turn, Frosted Kisses is ninth. Half mile, 45.90 seconds at the quarter pole. It's West Maple. West Maple engaged on the outside by Air Force Thunder. And here's Miss Susan B. She's coming with a sweep. And toward the inside is Cedrato. Down up the rail, Swift Kelsey, 3/4. 1 minute 10.74 seconds. West Maple, Miss Susan B. is taking the lead now with 1 furlong to go. Outside with his charge, Purring, who's closing as they come past the 16th. It is Purring. Miss Susan B. toward the inside. And on the far outside, Frosted Kisses with Gabriel Saez. Purring driven out. Purring has won it from Miss Susan B. and Frosted Kisses. Morgan's Bluff finished fourth.
9 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And we have a very nice race. Field of 10, no scratches. You will love to see it. Right now the 8 is the 2-1 favorite, and that is Chocolate Mousse. Chocolate Mousse is owned by Liz Klopp and trained by Randy Klopp. It's a 4-year-old gelding by More Spirit, making it 17th lifetime start. This horse knows its job. I mean, we're looking at 12 of 16 here. I mean, that's not a bad in the money percentage, including 4 wins. As you can see, this is a guy who is quintessential racehorse. His ears are pricked forward. He's always excited. It looks like he's happy to do his job. He's always on his toes. You know, you can tell he feels good by the way that he moves. And he's coming out of a second place finish in the last race. Obviously, great connections. Love seeing Luis Contreras here. He put up the highest last race speed rating of 86 in that second place finish at 6 furlongs. Today, in this allowance optional claimant for $20,000, it is for Indiana breds, and they're going the same distance, and it's a very similar group. I mean, Hawkeye's not in here, so it's got to be a little bit easier. Healing Waters, though, he's ran against Classic Max. He's ran against Ice Express as well. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. He's definitely, this group has kind of gone back and forth, but definitely has nice speed at this distance. Then I'm going to go to the 10, who I just mentioned, Healing Waters, which is a horse that he has ran against a couple times before, and the 10 is 5-1 right now on your tote board. Healing Waters is a 5-year-old gelding. He is owned and trained by John Horan, and shout out to Swifty Farms as well. They have a wonderful operation, one of the top ones in the state. John won the 3rd race, so he is looking for a training double. And Fernando looking for his first one on the card. Now, mark Fernando down, you guys. The jockey that's on the 10, he had a double yesterday and a double Tuesday. So whenever Fernando does that, he does it multiple times. Plus, he's our leading jockey right now. So this one's coming out of an allowance option claiming for 50. Ran on the slop at 5/8 on the main. Then July 31st, slop 6 furlongs in an allowance, $34,000 entry-level allowance. Burgos was up, won by a head. So now we're getting to an allowance optional claiming for 20. It's not that for the tag or anything, but definitely I think kind of easier than the last race. Now, if you look, like I said, he's been running against all these guys back and forth. Gold Diggin' Devil, Chocolate Mousse, Ice Express. So like I said, it's all pretty similar here, but I like the 8 with the numbers that he ran last time. And then the 3s, who I'm going to round out my trifecta. Mondavilla, the 3 right now is 3-1 on the tote board. Mondavilla gets the very talented Joe Ramos in the irons for Randy Klopp. Klopp won the second race, so he's looking for a training double on the card. Ramos looking for his first win. Now what I did is I went back. I drew lines through the last 2. The allowance on August 21st got stuck on the rail a little bit, ended up fading late. And then the July 30th, that was 2 turns. Go back to July 8th, 2nd, an allowance option claiming for 75. 2nd in the William Henry Harrison, won the Sagamore Sired, and won its first out of 2025. He's so talented, but I picked him on top those last 2 times, those races I just told you to run a line through. So I'm going to give the 8 a chance today. Chocolate Mousse, plus beat Mondavilla its last race. So I'm going to go with Luis Contreras and Randy Klopp here on top in what is the 5th race of the day. This does start our Itoba $1 pick 4. The late pick 4 is sponsored by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association. If you want any information on being a breeder or owner here in the state of Indiana, please go to their website. We're just 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
The Indiana bred stepping onto the track for the 5th race, a sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 10. Old 10 run, no program changes here. Race 5 of 10 on the day, and we are now fast and firm. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Closer to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. Fast and firm. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Evan Roman with Chip Off the Old Block. Give Me 3 Steps. Alberto Burgos with a win on the card for John Harron. Jose Gutierrez with Ice Express. Josh Morales with Spot On Justice. Chocolate Mousse, Luis Contreras won our second of the card for Randy Klopp. Now Ice Express. Loads 14-1. Chocolate Mousse in line is the 8-5 favorite over the 6 furlongs. Sammy Bermudez with Gold Diggin' Devil to follow Mon de Villa, coming up with Joe Ramos. Like Chocolate Mousse, both here for Randy Klopp. Santos Sanjor, Classic Max, drew 9. 2 back. Up comes Gold Diggin' Devil at 27-1. Fast and Firm. One more. Fernando de la Cruz with Hailing Waters. Taillights loaded, now Hailing Waters is a 4-time winner. All wins here in Indiana. Up comes Hailing Waters. Chocolate Mousse 8-5 favorite. Now Spot On Justice, fractious in the starting gate there. Spot On Justice. Starter Ray Kuick going back to the gate to take a look. We had one back, that was Hailing Waters. Spot On Justice getting fractious. Late scratch. 7 Spot On Justice is out to the sprint. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, the 6 furlong start, scratch the 7 Spot On Justice as you see. All wagers here on Spot On Justice. There will be refunds of wagers on 7 Spot On Justice. 7 and 7 will be a consolation double, a pair of 7s. 7-7 for a consolation double to be paid out. Those using 7 Spot On Justice in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch the 7, Spot On Justice. After that late scratch on the 7, Spot On Justice here from the State Bred Sprint. Repositioning the placards on the starting gate. After that late scratch on Spot On Justice, the 7 is now a non-runner. chip off the old block, the first to reload. Give me 3 steps coming back to the starting gate. The starting gate here sponsored by B&H Electric. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. Ice Express going back in. Here's the drone view. Reloading for the Indiana bred sprint after a late scratch on 7, Spot On Justice. Joe Ramos with Mondavilla. Gold Diggin' Devil going back in to post 4. Chocolate Moose, 7-5 favorite, one of the Randy Klopp 2. Couple in the back. Joseph Romero with taillights and the black house silks and a black cap. Taillights going back in. Late scratch, Spot On Justice again. The 7 is a non-runner. One more. Fernando de la Cruz with Healing Waters. The 7's a non-runner. Locked up. Racing. Fast start for Chocolate Moose with Classic Max. Here's the gray Mondavilla, who's going out toward the early lead in taillights. And the black jacket is right there too. It's Classic Max. So it's Santos Anjor. Classic Max just leads them out deep on the track from the gray Mondavilla pressing. Taillights a close third. Healing Waters getting a good toe into this from 4th. Then comes Chocolate Moose in 5th. Chocolate Moose is surrounded. Ice Express in the red helmet. Gold Diggin' Devil. Chocolate Moose got the shuffle. Toward the inside is Chip Off the Old Block, and on the far outside, Give Me 3 Steps trails the State Bred Sprint. The opening quarter fought through. 22.48 seconds inside, 3 to go. Taillights to take on Mondavilla with Classic Max. Right there, and Ice Express is coming with a charge. As they come past the quarter pole, then toward the inside is Gold Diggin' Devil, who straightens away in 5th. Here come the Hoosiers. It's Ice Express. Ice Express, taillights in the middle, and the gray is Mondavilla, who tries to kick with them. Far outside, Classic Max, and also toward the inside, Gold Diggin' Devil. Half mile, 45.37 on the furlong grounds. It's taillights. Taillights on top at 26-1. Ice Express on the outside at 15-1. Hula Bee, long odds both. Taillights determined. Ice Express in a bobber. Gold Diggin' Devil third, then Mondavilla and Healing Waters close. Photo finish. The State Bred Sprint is in the judges' hands. .111.28 win photograph after the State Bred Sprint. Here's the slow-mo, long odds photo finish. Two, 5, 4, 3. A battle of apprentices in the State Bred Sprint. It's gone to the 2, Ice Express. Jose Gutierrez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance over 5. Taillights, and Joseph Romero claims the 7. 15-1, Ice Express over 26-1, Taillights. Took a win photograph for Gold Diggin' Devil at 44-1 back in 3rd. And then at 4-1-3, Mondavilla runs 4th. 2-5, long odds both. 44-1 3rd. And Mondavilla for the Superfecta. Jose Gutierrez, Gennaro Garcia, vying for a 6th training title here this season. In the top 3, Ice Express here, now a 4-time winner. Result official. Good finish to the state bred sprint. 2:5:43 the official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, it'll be the 2, Ice Express. Gets up under the hands of apprentice Jose Gutierrez. The winner here this season, going for the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award. Ice Express is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Keen Ice out of Express Run by Unbridled Express. Gennaro Garcia trains for Hillerich Racing LLC, Ron Hillerich and Bernie Flint's LTB Incorporated. Ice Express got up on the line. $2.5 exacta after a win photograph. $728.60. The 50-cent trifecta. Gold Diggin' Devil, another long odds third in the sprint. 254 50-cent trifecta returns $2,690.40. Mondavilla fourth. 10-cent superfecta, just under $4,000. The $1 early pick 4 on 404, $836.60. 7-2 double, $558.40. Pair of sevens, that consolation double, $39.80. The 7 spot on Justice was that late scratch. The 7 was a non-runner. The 50-cent early pick 5 on 5 of 5, $1,855. 9 face starter Ray Kuick, Indiana bred sprint, 111.28. Ice Express beat home Taillights, Gold Diggin' Devil, Mondavilla fourth. Race 6 next. On the turf. No scratches, no rider changes. 5 sudden rise, a pound over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering featured on the turf. Double, pick 3. It's the second leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Post time will be at 4:43. Course now rated firm, rail at 36 feet. Here comes a state bred sprint race replay. Racing. Fast start for Chocolate Mousse with Classic Max. Here's the gray Mondavilla, who's going out toward the early lead in Taillights. And the black jacket is right there too. It's Classic Max. So it's Santos Anjor. Classic Max just leads them out deep on the track from the gray Mondavilla pressing. Taillights a close third. Hailing Waters getting a good toe into this from fourth. Then comes Chocolate Mousse in fifth. Chocolate Mousse is surrounded. Ice Express in the red helmet. Gold Diggin' Devil. Chocolate Mousse got the shuffle. Toward the inside is Chip Off the Old Block, and on the far outside, Give Me 3 Steps trails the state bred sprint. The opening quarter fought through. 22.48 seconds inside, 3 to go. Taillights to take on Mondavilla with Classic Max. Right there, Ice Express is coming with a charge. As they come past the quarter pole, then toward the inside is Gold Diggin' Devil, who straightens away in fifth. Here come the Hoosiers, it's Ice Express. Ice Express, taillights in the middle, and the gray is Mondavilla, who tries to kick with them. Far outside Classic Max, and also toward the inside Gold Diggin' Devil. Half mile 45.37 on the furlong grounds, it's Taillights. Taillights on top at 26-1. Ice Express on the outside at 15-1. Hula Bee, long odds both. Taillights determined. Ice Express in a bobber. Gold Diggin' Devil third, then Mondavilla and Healing Waters close.
Ice Express gets the head down on the wire. 3 long shots across the track. The placing judges had to decide, but Ice Express gets the money in there. And now this horizontals, as we talked about, the beginning of the card, a little bit chalky. This late pick 5, back-to-back 15-1 shots. Carryover alert is heating up right now with some long shots. And doesn't get any easier in here. We're heading back out to the turf course for races 6 and 8 with some big fields as well. In race number 7, you've got lower level maiden claimers as well, which chaos could ensue. But if you're still alive in that pick 5 or started the pick 4, certainly wish you the best of luck to close it out. 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course. We are listed as firm, so a couple of places have it still listed as good. We are listed as firm officially 36 feet with that rail setting on the turf course. No scratches, no changes. Another field of 10. We saw chaos ensue earlier today with Chasey Premier bringing home a long shot winner. We'll see if we can find another one in this spot. And I thought I was going to fall in love with a long shot. I was going long shot hunting. 20-1 on the morning line, Sudden Rise. Michelle Elliott with an Indiana bred named Sudden Rise. Joshua Romero going to be in the saddle just as he was back on July 3rd when they went last to first with impressive turn of foot. This horse put in a huge effort last 2 times, frankly. I mean, one in the off-turf event as well at the allowance level. Did not matter that they were off the turf. They took on winners for the first time. They wanted to chase throughout, hit the lead. And then in a funny way, it appeared, at least on the dirt, that Sun and Rise were waiting on other horses only to re-rally and win going away. So even though that last race, many bettors aren't looking at it because it wasn't on the turf, that horse won with a lot in reserve. It was not nearly as close. At the finish line it was ahead, but Sunrise had something left in the tank, and I was impressed with the turn of foot on July 3rd. That was the dead of summer, hotter than hot, a lot of steam, a lot of humidity, and it was a no-passing zone. And this is one of the few horses, especially for a lightly raced 3-year-old filly, she went from last to first, and she did it in a good manner. Now, the downside of that is she took on Haziel, who doesn't love to win by any means, in fifth wheel, who haven't done much since then. So not sure how strong that race was. However, it was visually impressive. I like this horse as a long shot. Do not like this horse at 2-1. Do not be fooled. This 3-year-old filly is undeserving of 2-1. However, I thought Morning Line Professional set the line of 20-1. I thought that was fair. This horse brings in a 2-race winning streak. Give me 20-1 and sign up. Let's see if we can get 20-1. But right now, currently favored 2-1 on the board. The word is out on Michelle Elliott's 3-year-old filly by Upstart, who's won 2 out of the last 3. She brings good energy down here to the walking ring. She certainly looks the part. We'll see if she can finish with a flurry again today under Joshua Romero. Number 10 on the outside is Krickenberger. This 4-time winner has an experience edge over much of this field and, frankly, a class edge over many in here as well. Fernando de la Cruz, the class of that riding crop at this point, he's got about a 15 winning edge over your second-place runner in that rider's standings. Eric Foster and Fernando de la Cruz teaming up, and they do so with success often, winning at 25%, almost a 3-1 ROI. Second start off the layoff. I'm forgiving of that last start. It was on an off track. The main track is not where Krickenberger wants to be. She certainly wants to be on the turf or the synthetic. She does not really run her best races on the main track. I think this horse will improve getting back on the turf today. You've got our leading rider, 8-1 morning line, currently cut in half at 4-1 for this 5-year-old chestnut mare who's looking for her first win of 2025. But have no fear, she had 2 wins last year. She's also got 2 wins on our turf course. She's no stranger to the winner's circle, and she's tactical. If they go slow on the front end, Krickenberger can put herself right on the lead and be competitive through the line, or they can sit off the pace. We'll see what our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz, opts to do. Breaking from the 10th post is no easy task in here. They do have an extra 16th of a mile to try and cross and clear. We'll see what they opt to do from the outside. But standing so patiently there is Hoosier Promise, the 3-year-old filly who I think is going to turn out to be a classy one despite the stakes record not being that glamorous early on in her career. This 3-year-old filly by Matoli has tried stakes competition not once but the last 2 races, both on a fast main track as well as on the turf. Ran on Indiana Derby Day, could not get past Temple Painter. Again, that was back when the turf course was playing favorable to speed. And speed's not necessarily her game. She wants to make one run of it late. She's had success sprinting. She's also had success around 2 turns. I think she'll ultimately be a 2-turn specialist in here as she gets older. But second-time turf, there's some upside there. She took some money on Indiana Derby Day as well. She went off at 12-1 in a 12-horse field. It was a wide-open betting opportunity. A lot of people were taking some action, and you got Gutierrez in the saddle. What could go wrong? He just brought home a 15-1 shot, breaking from post number 2 in Ice Express. He's looking to do so again in here with Hoosier Promise. A 15-1 back-to-back daily doubles. We've had some bombers here. The Chalk Fest has succeeded, and we've got some long shots galore. This race looks wide open as well. We'll see how it plays out as the riders get in their leg up. 10 Hoosiers going out to that beautiful, firm turf course of ours. One will return a winner, and hopefully it is you, my friend.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. The second of 3 today on the Caesars course. Firm now. Course firm, turf rail at 36 feet this race week. Friday card from 210. Race 6 over the mile and a 16th, a field of 10. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 5, Sudden Rise. Add 1 pound to the listed program weight there. 10 run. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta wagering here on the turf. Double pick 3. Drawing closer to a start. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies Mares turf. Less than 1 minute. Crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for a second time today. Course firm. Going to the mile and a 16 start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in for this Phillies Mares turf. Farron Peterson, partners Jack Summer, has the rail draw. Here, all 10 run. Evan Roman with Temple Painter is joined to Jack Summer. Hoosier Promise, Jose Gutierrez, running for a double after Ice Express sprint upset. Gio's Baby Girl, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on the Thursday scoreboard. Now Joe Ramos with Shanna Del Mar. Revs run. Luis Contreras with a victory on the card. Simmer Jimenez with Watcher. Mitch Murrow, Cam's Rockin' Gold, up to post 9. Here over the mile and a 16th. Again, course upgraded from good to firm. Here for this Phillies Mares turf, Cam's Rockin' Gold. Joins at 14 to 1 odds. Joseph Romero from Michelle Elliott with Sudden Rise. Temple Painter 2 to 1 favorite. One more Fernando de la Cruz with Quickenberger. Course firm now. Turf rail 36 feet this race week. It's the 6th of 10. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Hoosier Promise broke sharp with Jack Summer near the rail. On the outside, here's Temple Painter. Watcher in the white cap. Revs run another prominent here in the early stages. It's Revs run. Revs run and Temple Painter lead past the awning as they make their way toward the first turn. They've kicked 2 clear from Cam's Rockin' Gold and Watcher with the rail, 6 furlongs to run. Jack Summers a ground-saving 5th. Quickenberger is 6th. Then it's a brink of 3 more to Shanna Del Mar, who's racing 3 clear. From the outside, Sudden Rise, Hoosier Promise, Orange and the Blue Hoops at the 5.5, and Gio's Baby Girl trails the Phillies Mares turf, the quarter 22.65 seconds. As they go up the back of this now firm course, it's Revs Run. Has established the lead for Luis Contreras. Revs Run the leader by 2. To Temple Painter, who tracks a half mile from home. On the outside is Cam's Rockin' Gold. Watcher running in 4th. Jack Summer stays rooted to the rail there for Farron Peterson at 36 feet inside 4 furlongs left. Quickenberger is midfield, 6 lengths off of leader Revs Run, who clocked a half mile in 46.89 seconds. Shanna Del Mar with on the outside Sudden Rise. Gio's Baby Girl up 1 spot, and Hoosier Promise has tailed off. They round the far turn inside 3 furlongs from the winning line for Revs Run as Temple Painter starts to quicken now for Evan Roman to take the lead coming past the quarter pole. Quickenberger and Cam's Rockin' Gold right there, both at the point of attack. It's Temple Painter. As they turn for home, Shanna Del Mar and Sudden Rise tries to unwind on the extreme outside. 3/4, 1 minute 11.34 seconds. Temple Painter hits the 8th pole. Watcher boxing on. Here's Shanna Del Mar with a late charge on the outside now for Joe Ramos. And it's Shanna Del Mar has taken the lead and careens away. Shanna Del Mar on top by 3. Track Temple Painter down. Then Cam's Rockin' Gold, Watcher, and Quickenberger. 3-6, and then a show photo after the Phillies Mares Turf. 142.51 after the running of race 6. A blackjack result. It's 21-1 on 3. Shenna Del Mar first. 6 Temple Painter. 2-1 was the runner-up. The judges have called for a show photo. Here comes the slow-mo. Another long odds winner. Shenna Del Mar, Joe Ramos. For Ray Paquette III, daughter of First Dude. She's in at 21-1. Hold all tickets until official. The judges have posted after a photograph, third number 9. Cam's Rock and Gold at 7-1 odds. A 21-1 winner. Number 4, Watcher, 5-1 back in fourth. And 10, Krickenberger gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. 3-6, 9-4, 10. The result of the 6th race official. Shenna Del Mar, upset confirmed by the judges at 21-1. A third consecutive long odds winner here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with a Friday card from 210. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 3, Shenna Del Mar with Joe Ramos. Shenna Del Mar, 4-year-old Chestnut filly by First Dude. And a Vista Del Mar by Deputy Minister. The now 3-time winner is owned and trained by Ray Paquette III. In the pink, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Shenna Del Mar. Takes out the Phillies Mares Turf. 3-6 for the exacta after the running of race 6. At 50-cent pick 3, $2,721.05. 7-2 at the 3, Shenna Del Mar. Exacta $227, 50-cent trifecta, $439.20, 2-3 double, $1,164.20, a string of long odds winners. The 10-cent pentafecta rounded out by Krickenberger, $5,700 plus, and the 10-cent superfecta, $805 and change. Watcher 4th, Krickenberger 5th. Pick 3, $2,721 and a nickel. 142.51. On to race 7 we go. Race 7 maiden sprint, scratch 3, Kippy 2. Scratch number 3, Kippy 2 is out. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Another 10-cent grand high 5, teeing up a pentafecta on the maiden. Double pick 3. Post time in 19 minutes at 5:14. Again, just that reminder, there will be live racing here tomorrow. Friday card from 2:10. No live racing this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, no live racing here this weekend. First floor OTB open for simulcast wagering. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Tomorrow, racing on Friday from 2:10. race is on. Hoosier Promise broke sharp with Jack Summer near the rail. On the outside, here's Temple Painter. Watcher in the white cap. Revs Run, another prominent here in the early stages. It's Revs Run. Revs Run and Temple Painter lead past the awning as they make their way toward the first turn. They've kicked 2 clear from Cam's Rock and Gold and Watcher with the rail, 6 furlongs to run. Jack Summers a ground-saving 5th. Quickenberger is 6th. Then it's a brink of 3 more to Shenna Del Mar, who's racing 3 clear. From the outside, Sudden Rise, Hoosier Promise, Orange and the Blue Hoops at the 5.5, and Gio's Baby Girl trails the Fillies Mares Turf, the quarter 22.65 seconds. As they go up the back of this now firm course, it's Revs Run. Has established the lead for Luis Contreras. Revs Run the leader by 2. To Temple Painter, who tracks a half mile from home. On the outside is Cam's Rock and Gold. Watcher running in 4th. Jack Summer stays rooted to the rail there for Farron Peterson at 36 feet inside 4 furlongs left. Quickenberger is midfield, 6 lengths off of leader Revs Run, who clocked a half mile in 46.89 seconds. Shenna Del Mar with on the outside Sudden Rise. Gio's Baby Girl up 1 spot, and Hoosier Promise has tailed off. They round the far turn inside 3 furlongs from the winning line for Revs Run as Temple Painter starts to quicken now for Evan Roman to take the lead coming past the quarter pole. Quickenberger and Cam's Rock and Gold right there, both at the point of attack. It's Temple Painter. As they turn for home, Shenna Del Mar and Sudden Rise tries to unwind on the extreme outside. 3/4, 1 minute 11.34 seconds. Temple Painter hits the 8th pole. Watcher boxing on. Here's Shenna Del Mar with a late charge on the outside now for Joe Ramos. And it's Shenna Del Mar has taken the lead and careens away. Shenna Del Mar on top by 3. Track Temple Painter down. Then Cam's Rock and Gold, Watcher, and Quickenberger.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
We are 9 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a maiden claiming for 15. We've had a few of these today. This one, a nice one as well. The 3 is out of here, and the 2 is a 4 to 5 favorite in my top selection. Fernando de la Cruz looking for his first win on the card, actually. He's riding here today for Eduardo Caramori. And, this horse flashed some nice speed last time, was 3rd in that race, but beaten less than a length. So right there in the finish at 5.5. This is another 5.5 furlong sprint, and was in straight maidens, the 4 lifetime starts. Debuted and was 2nd. I mean, I saw that race on April 30th, and I thought, oh, that horse is going to win next out. It was beaten half a length for 2nd. And then moved up from 5.5 to 6 and was 4th. Got off to an awkward start, though, and then was pushed in between 2 horses. And after that, you could tell she was like, no, I'm out of here. No, thank you. So then they put her back at 5.5. She ran on a good track. She didn't really like that either. And then last race at Colonial on July 9th, actually, she was at 5.5 in a straight maiden, and that's where she put up that 7. Axel Concepcion was aboard. She gets the top jockey in Fernando de la Cruz. She's dropping down, to maiden claiming for 15. I just think she's kind of, looks like the one to beat, and I guess the bettors agree with me here. I'm going to go next to the 4, 13 to 1, My Strong Heart. Romero is aboard here for Lily Gonzalez. This is a 3-year-old filly by Bucaro, a hometown favorite. This horse is owned by Roberto Chavez, and she's ran 10 times. It's kind of hit or miss, and I looked and I don't really know what it is that she likes. She likes to kind of be on the outside. She's been in a lot of big fields. She's only been in fields lower than 9 3 times out of her 10 races. She sprinted exclusively. In the last 3, where at today's distance of 5.5 furlongs, she was in a maiden. So she was 10th last time. Okay, she was last by many last time. And then 3 back on June 7th, she was 5th by 12. Now, those were in straight maidens. When she was down maiden claiming for 15, if you go to that July 1st effort, she ended up being beaten by a length for 3rd. And she's adding Lasix today as well. She's coming off a little bit of a freshening. She put in a bullet work on August 2nd, 3 furlongs, 35 and 3, breezing 1 of 30, which is a really nice work. So I just think My Strong Heart is looks good, and for one of the longer shots on the board, I just really think that her getting back to maiden claiming for 15 is going to be key for her, because she was right there, a length off. She even set the pace and was in the lead until they came for her at the wire. So I'm going to go with My Strong Heart here. And obviously, I love Bucaro. I retired that boy. Well, you know, I did the retirement ceremony thing for him. He was one of the best Indiana breds we had. Hey, Harlan. Mictlan. This one sounds like a John Haddon trainee, but it's not Irish. It's actually Miguel Silva's trained 3-year-old filly by Sharp Azteca. Alex Achard, my favorite Frenchman aboard here. Maiden to maiden claiming, he's 23%. First time maiden claiming, he's 27%. So you would think that the drop in Miguel Silva's training experience is going to weigh more than theirs. Right now on the board at 9-2. I like the last effort, obviously, because it was the closest that this one's got by 3 lengths. And 6 lifetime starts, a couple of thirds. The speed figures that she's put up have been closer to the others except my top pick, and obviously going down in class to maiden claiming for 15 is, you know, what else can you say about her? She's probably going to sit. I mean, it does look like she's always going to sit a length or so off the pace. She's a tuck in and run kind of girl, so we'll see what happens if Mictlan can bring it back. It's got to be an Aztecan name or something, but I am on the 2. 3-5. There's not much you can do about it. Add Letterman. Letterum is my top selection with our top jock, Fernando de la Cruz, in the irons. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 7th race. This maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 3, Kippy 2 has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Kippy 2. The 3 is a non-runner. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta wagering here. Featured on the maiden, double pick 3, 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sam Bermudez, time in. First in, Mitch Merle, Daddy's Dreamin', facing up to the gate. 3 times started, Daddy's Dreamin'. Daddy's Dreamin' joins time in. Andre Zaloa, first time starter. Rev de Marguerite went in well. Fernando de la Cruz with And Literam. 4-5 favorite on the son of Jimmy Creed and Literam in the gold. Alex Achard with Mictlan. Mictlan like Rev de Marguerite, both here for Miguel Silva. Joseph Romero with My Strong Heart. And Literam, even money favorite with 2 back. Pernicious will be a double for Joe Ramos. At 5.5 furlongs and 1 more. Seashell Sally Sells. Jose Gutierrez of the 5th race sprint with Ice Express. All in. And there they go. Fast start for My Strong Heart. Pernicious also with early interest. On the outside is Mictlan, and toward the inside, here's Ad Literam now for Fernando de la Cruz. Ad Literam in an early battle with My Strong Heart, who's just in front here, going past the half-mile pole for Joseph Romero, with Mictlan tracking them from 3rd. Pernicious in 4th, Daddy's Dream in 5th now at the 3.5. Time in is in the red silks. Then comes Seashell Sally Sells, racing wide as they barrel around the far turn and beaten for pace on debut. Rev de Marguerite trails the maiden filly sprint. Quarter 22.37 seconds. 10-1. My Strong Heart now on the edge of the quarter pole from Mictlan, with Pernicious coming with a run on the far outside. Toward the inside, Ad Literam strains away in 4th. Ad Literam is under pressure. They're homeward bound. It's My Strong Heart. My Strong Heart coming down toward the final furlong with a 1.5 length lead on Mictlan. Moving up is Daddy's Dream in between horses. Ad Literam has dropped away. Pernicious on the outside, then time in. It's still My Strong Heart who just clings on. Daddy's Dreaming coming up the rail now for Mitchell Morrill. Takes the front and Daddy's Dreamin' wins. Wins by just over 2. 3 heads on the line for second. Michelin between My Strong Heart with Pernicious, then time in. .107.04 after the maiden dash. 107.041. Daddy's Dreamin'. 9-1 first. The judges will examine photos before posting the second, third, fourth, back to fifth for the Pentafecta. Mitchell Murrell for Tim Eggleston, 5-1-4 racing at 9-1. Second, third, fourth up to the judges. Time in back in fifth. Stand by for the result of the photos to follow Daddy's Dreamin'. In at 9-1. The judges have posted after photos. Number 4, My Strong Heart, 10-1 second, edged 8. Michelin, 7-5. That was the post-time favorite third. 5 Pernicious at 5-1. Part of those photos. And 6 time in fifth for the Pentafecta. It's 1-4, 8-5, 6. Race 7 official. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 1. Daddy's Dreamin' with Mitchell Murrell. 9-1 winner. Daddy's Dreamin' is a 3-year-old bay filly by Maximus Mischief. Out of the old-fashioned mare, Wishful Dreamin'. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 5-1-4 Racing LLC. She was bred here in the Hoosier State by Penny and Mike Lauer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Daddy's Dreamin' out to the maiden fillies ranks. Here a $21.80 winner. It's been a string of upsets. 1-4 exacta, $176. 50-cent trifecta, $164.60. 3-1 double, $761. Look at that pick 3. 2 with the 3 with the 1. A pick 3 worth $5,131. The 10-cent superfecta, Pernicious 4th, time in 5th. 1485, 10-cent superfecta, $106 in change. And the 10-cent Grand High 5, 14856, time in 5th, returned $833.59. And the maiden fillies dash, 3 was a non-runner. Favorite, 3rd. 8 ran, 107.04. Back to the turf for a final time today, 21 minutes away. Race 8, scratch the 8 Epimethium and 11 Lear was entered as a main track only course firm. Scratch the 8 and number 11. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double final pick 3 of the card. Post time 5:46, and again, just as a reminder, we will be racing here on Friday, and there will be a pick 5 carryover. 50-cent late pick 5 carryover, as we just saw the Will Pays. First race post time will be at 2:10. We'll be racing here tomorrow. No live racing Saturday and Sunday. As we look at the Will Pays, we will have a 50-cent late pick 5 carryover, low 11.99% takeout on tomorrow's card as we check out the Will Pays. From the Made in Philly Sprint, 2 claims were in for the 2 Ad Literam for $15,000 in a 2-way shake. Ad Literam over to new owners Roger Speece and Randy Klopp. Trainer Randy Klopp claimed Ad Literam for the Made in Philly Sprint in a 2-way shake. Here comes a race replay. And there they go. Fast start for My Strong Heart. Pernicious also with early interest. On the outside is Mictlan, and toward the inside, here's Ad Literam now for Fernando de la Cruz. Ad Literam in an early battle with My Strong Heart, who's just in front here, going past the half-mile pole for Joseph Romero, with Mictlan tracking them from third. Pernicious in fourth, Daddy's Dream in fifth now at the 3.5. Time in is in the red silks. Then comes Seashell, Sally Cells, racing wide as they barrel around the far turn and beaten for pace on debut. Rev de Marguerite trails the Made in Philly Sprint. Quarter 22.37 seconds. 10-1. My Strong Heart now on the edge of the quarter pole from Mictlan, with Pernicious coming with a run on the far outside. Toward the inside, Ad Literam strains away in fourth. Ad Literam is under pressure. They're homeward bound. It's My Strong Heart. My Strong Heart coming down toward the final furlong with a length and a half lead on Mictlan. Moving up is Daddy's Dream in between horses. Ad Literam has dropped away. Pernicious on the outside, then Time In. It's still My Strong Heart who just clings on. Daddy's Dreamin' coming up the rail now for Mitchell Morrill. Takes the front, and Daddy's Dreamin' wins. Wins by just over 2. 3 heads on the line for second. Mictlan between My Strong
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Ten minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we have a claiming for $25,000, a mile and a 16th on the grass. And in here, 2 beers by 10. Super excited to see how that horse runs. A 7-5 right now, but I went with the 7 here on top. Money War. We've got a couple scratches here, the 8 and the 11, as you can see. But a nice field. Money War gets the services of Mr. Santo Sanger. And really, you know, John and I have talked about it. I think Santo's a little bit underrated. He's a really, really talented jockey. He's ridden this one the last couple times, but he did get moved up. I mean, if you go back to, I think it's August 20th of last year, this horse did really well on the turf. And we're going a mile and a 16th on the grass today. So he was second, 5/8 on the grass, second, 5/8 on the grass, 7.5. He broke the maiden. I'm so sorry. He broke the maiden a mile and a maiden claiming for 30 in 2023 in May. He only ran 4 times in 2024, and they all resulted in a third or better showing. 2 wins, a third, and a second. So then fast forward, and we go to 2025. It hasn't had any luck yet. So, but he was an allowance optional 40 on the dirt. Did not like that. Oh, I'm sorry. An allowance 62,000 on the dirt. 6 furlongs. Didn't like that. And then last time 5 furlongs, but was in the William Garrett. So it's like it was a really, really tough race. So now he's going back up, which the reason why I gave this horse the nod over 2 beers is because he broke his maiden at a mile on the grass here. And we're going a mile and 16th. Now, he's never ran this far before. This is the longest distance he'll be going. But he's dropping in class, moving up in distance, and getting on the turf again. Then I'm going to go with the 6, Elevated Game. Louis Contreras, a very classy guy. I've taken to calling him the King of Canada. He's won the Queen's Plate like 3 times, I think. He is looking for a double because he won the second race. And he's riding here for one of my favorites, Mr. Randy Matthews, 4-year-old gelding. Randy's such a good horseman, and he's got this one in for the tag. Now, he romped last time. He won by 5 1/4 lengths, but he was in a $12,000 optional claimer. Now, he's in a straight claiming for 25. That's a big difference. But he did put up a speed figure that is the highest of any of the most recent starts, 84, and that was at a flat mile. He has ran a mile and a 16th though 9 times, and has finished in the money 6 of those 9. So a lot to like about the 6, Elevated Game. And then I'll round it out with the favorite, who's at 8-5 right now. And his owner came over and said hi to me. So just very excited for them. And I talked to them the first time this horse ran here, 2 beers by 10. I feel like that's a camping rule. Like when you're camping, you have to have 2 beers by 10. Or you're not really camping. Fernando de la Cruz aboard. He's looking for his first win on the card. He's had 2 doubles Tuesday and yesterday. He's riding for, and one of them was for Mike Moneymaker. Mike Moneymaker, 4-year-old colt by Omaha Beach. We all remember Omaha Beach. And Bahama Babe. Oh my gosh, this is like a beach baby made in heaven. No wonder they named it 2 beers by 10. Must be a beach thing. In claiming, Moneymaker is 22% win clip, 55% of the money. This horse was claiming for 30, is dropping down in class. Couple of the route races that I had highlighted were back in February and March at Gulfstream and then at Turfway. A nice winner, claiming for 35, non-2, then moved up to non-3 and was beaten a length. Now we're going back down to straight claiming out of being in some tough races. And I think, honestly, was in allowance races in May here. Then they took it to Churchill, and it looked good, looked promising, set the pace. Ended up fading in that June 12th try. And then went 1 mile and an 1/8 at Ellis in a claiming for 30 and got inside, was blocked, just got a horrible nightmare trip in that race, and I think was going far, far too long. This horse has ran a couple times at the longer distance of 1 mile and a 16th and hasn't done much, but we'll see what happens. He's a different horse from when that happened. That was back here in 2024. So 2 beers by 10, the favorite, I'm putting in for my try. We've got 7-6-2 here in the final thoroughbred race of our Thursday card. We do have a couple of quarters coming up that Martha's going to go over with you. And tomorrow, don't forget, we have a Friday card. Since we didn't race on Labor Day, we're racing Tuesday through Friday this week. The regular post time of 2:10. And this just in, Rob texted us and said that there is a late pick 5 carryover tomorrow, and it will be around 37,000. I don't have the exact number yet because he just figured it out. So I will post it and look on Equibase because we will have a late pick 5 carryover tomorrow around $37,000 on the Friday card. 5 minutes to race 8 as the jockeys leg up and horses head to the track. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 8th race. This race will be run on the turf over the mile and a 16th. Again, course firm around the 36 feet here, a field of 9. Scratch number 8, Epimethium, and 11, Lear, was entered as a main track only. Course firm 8 and 11 are the non-runners. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double final pick 3 of the day. Firm and fast, operate with 3 minutes to post time. circling with less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the mile and 16 start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Tis Wicked Strong. First in. Alberto Burgos with My Brother Keith. Fernando de la Cruz with 2 Beers by 10. Elevated Game, Luis Contreras for Randy Matthews was a last out course winner. Elevated Game. Rodney Prescott with Taken and Run. Here over the mile and 16th, course firm. Sando Sanjor, Money War drew 7. Money War going in. Up in the gold, enough already. Gabriel Saez on the Thursday scoreboard here. Enough already. Elevated Game and 2 Beers by 10 right now. The joint 5-2 favorites. 4-1 Money War. Enough already. Going in. Around the 36 feet here on the turf course this week. Firm 2 back. Evan Roman with Go Belly Go. 1 more. Royal Spirit Joe Ramos. As a Thursday turf victory, we'll have a 50-cent late pick 5 carryover tomorrow. Watch social media here for details. Royal Spirit. Now they're rolling the gate. They're off. Toward the inside, 2 Beers by 10, sharply away, with My Brother Keith in the red cap. Elevated Game and Money War both forward as they make their way toward the first turn. Here's the inside. It's 2 Beers by 10 who just leads out for Fernando de la Cruz. Money War second and close up, with Elevated Game getting position off these leaders from third with just over 6 furlongs to run out of the stretch. And then toward the inside is Go Belly Go, who's now in between horses. Taking a Run is 5th on the far outside. As they go to the back of the course, here's the inside. My Brother Keith is just in advance of Tis Wicked Strong, with Royal Spirit out deep on the course, and Enough Already has dropped back to last. 22.66 strong lead seconds. And with Fernando, it's 2 Beers by 10 who generates the pace at a good gallop to a half mile from home. Right there on the outside is Taken and Run, who's nudged into second from Money War, and Elevated Game getting a good toe into this from third for Luis Contreras, with in between horses. Money War, Taking a Run, is now 4th on the far outside as 2 Beers by 10 led through a half mile in 46.17 seconds. Go Belly Go is a wide 5th. Tis Wicked Strong in 6th. Royal Spirit is 7th. Then My Brother Keith and Enough Already. It's 2 Beers by 10 coming toward the quarter pole. Money War launching a bid. 2 Beers by 10 and Money War at the turn in, with Elevated Game looking to gain toward the inside as they turn for home, and Elevated Game making a split now as Money War let that gap open up for Elevated Game. In the meantime, it's still 2 Beers by 10. 2 Beers by 10. Elevated Game second, Gamely on the outside. Money War's back in third. Tis Wicked Strong is 4th. Go Belly Go and My Brother Keith. It's 2 Beers by 10 for Fernando de la Cruz, and all the way winner 3/4 length ahead of Elevated Game. Money Wart is Wicked Strong. My Brother Keith, Go Bally Go. Royal Spirit, Enough Already, and Taken and Run was last to pull up. $140.38 after the running of race 8. $140.38. Standing by for the run order from the judges. 2 Beers by 10. Served it up at 4-1. Here's the slow-mo. 3/4 length. Fernando de la Cruz holds Elevated Game. 7 Money War third. 1 Tis Wicked Strong fourth. With number 5 My Brother Keith in fifth. A neck over Go Bally Go. Royal Spirit was next from Enough Already. 26715. 140.38. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Mike Maker. 2 Beers by 10. Near the 6 o'clock hour. Here's the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. The first to over 70 wins here this season with closing day on November the 13th. Adds another win this week with 2 Beers by 10. And once again, stand by for that 50-cent late pick 5 carryover for tomorrow's card off at 210. Here's the 2 Beers by 10 with Fernando de la Cruz. 2 Beers by 10 is a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Omaha Beach. Out of Bahama Bay by point of entry. Mike Maker trains for Turman Racing Stable LLC of Frank Turman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. It was a happy hour for 2 Beers by 10. It's official. Results and prices will also have a $1 late pick 4 carryover. And that pick 5 carryover, $37,862. Results in after the turf. 10-cent superfecta, $17.49. 41.20 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, 267 money war third, $39.90. 1-2 double 84.20. $31,880 will be a $1 late pick 4 carryover presented by Itoba tomorrow. Superfecta $17.49. Pick 3 $888.20. 4 or 5 in the pick 5 was that consolation. We'll get to that again. The Friday 50-cent late pick 5 carryover. $37,862 with that low 11.99% takeout. The pick 5 consolation after the turf paid out on 4 to 5 for $1,402.30. A couple of carryovers in play for our Friday card. Race 8, 140.38, claim 3, taken and run for $25,000. Taken and run was claimed to new owner Matt Kwiatkowski. Trainer Tim Eggleston claimed taken and run away. And the 9th, number 2, D Double Deuce, 5 over. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 Valiant The Storm, 12 Buck Bunny, and 13 CV Valiant Corona. Scratch the also eligibles, exact the trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta starts at the late double at 616. They're off. Toward the inside, 2 beers by 10, sharply away, with My Brother Keith in the red cap. Elevated Game and Money War both forward as they make their way toward the first turn. Here's the inside. It's 2 beers by 10, who just leads out for Fernando de la Cruz. Money War second and close up, with Elevated Game getting position off these leaders from third, with just over 6 furlongs to run out of the stretch. And then toward the inside is Go Belly Go, who's now in between horses. Taking a run is fifth on the far outside. As they go to the back of the course, here's the inside. My Brother Keith is just in advance of Tis Wicked Strong, with Royal Spirit out deep on the course, and Enough Already has dropped back to last. 22.66 strong lead seconds. And with Fernando, it's 2 beers by 10, who generates the pace at a good gallop to a half mile from home. Right there on the outside is Taken and Run, who's nudged into second from Money War and Elevated Game. Getting a good toe into this from third for Luis Contreras, with in between horses. Money War, Taking a Run, is now fourth on the far outside, as 2 beers by 10 led through a half mile in 46.17 seconds. Go Belly Go is a wide fifth. Tis Wicked Strong in sixth. Royal Spirit is seventh. Then My Brother Keith and Enough Already. It's 2 beers by 10. Coming toward the quarter pole, Money War launching a bid. 2 beers by 10 and Money War at the turn in, with Elevated Game looking to gain toward the inside as they turn for home, and Elevated Game making a split now as Money War let that gap open up for Elevated Game. In the meantime, it's still 2 beers by 10. 2 beers by 10. Elevated Game second, Gamely on the outside. Money War's back in third. Tis Wicked Strong is fourth. Go Belly Go and My Brother Keith. It's 2 beers by 10 for Fernando de la Cruz, and all the way winner. 3/4 length ahead of Elevated Game. Money War, Tis Wicked Strong. My Brother Keith.
We have 2 races to close out the Thursday card today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Usually we close out the week on Thursday, but we will be back tomorrow with another live racing day. But today's a good card, a nice group of quarter horses. We're going to begin with a $18,000 maiden for registered Indiana bred 2-year-olds. Now, some of these will look familiar to you because they competed in trials for the 230,000 QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity on August 9th. Boy, it was a tough race day for everybody because there were so many juveniles trying to get that top 10 spot to move on to the final. And last year, there was actually 7 trials. This year, bumped up to 9, so it was really competitive. And I'm only saying that because when you see these horses that are still maidens, it's not any kind of shame that they couldn't break their maiden in a trial. That's how competitive it was. Okay, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look. We do have the scratches of the also eligibles, but a nice field competing at 330 yards. Okay, let's go, and my top choice is going to be number 1, Blackberry Kiss, who broke poorly but finished well in a pretty tough trial under jockey Edgar Diaz. This is a filly by AQHA champion Kiss My Hawks, trained by Claudio Barazza, and she began her racing career this year at Remington Park for another trainer, but I think it's a very clear pattern that the horses that kind of started out at Remington in any capacity really came up and flourished here at Horseshoe Indy. So Claudio Barazza trains, this, I think this is hard for me to get away from number 1, Blackberry Kiss, my top choice in this maiden. All right, we'll go next to number 7, and that's Political Jester, who unfortunately made no impact in his trial, but I got to know breeder Thomas Wiley over the last quarter horse day last weekend, and I always had admired how he clicked so well with Natasha Perez. And he is the one, well, they're all really nice guys. Everybody I've met in person has been so nice, but he told me a story. He said years ago, Paul Martin said to him, look, I think you need to go talk to Natasha Perez. She's starting out, she's a young trainer, but she and her husband Saul are very good with their horses, and they're going to take good care of yours. I think you guys would make a great match. And he was 100% thrilled with that suggestion. He admires Natasha very much, and her husband obviously, and their whole team. She's a very hands-on horsewoman, and they've done well. So Political Jester, even though didn't have the best break in that Stallion Service Auction Futurity, had a good race before. He's a gelding by EOS Apolitical win, and I think you can look for a good effort today with a little experience under his belt. All right, let's go next to number 8, Cyber Streak. This is a gelding by Grade 1 winning stallion, Cyber Monday. He was actually a son of Favorite Cartel. If you like to follow the national stallions, and both of those are really good. But anyway, Cyber Streak broke pretty well, then stumbled in his trial. He actually got out a good start and then just couldn't prevail, and that was horse trained by Ron Raper. I think rebounding, it's interesting. Some of them have a bad start, some of them have a bad closing kick, but unfortunately you got to get out well and get to the wire. So it wasn't a terrible race for him. I think possibly this gelding could rebound very nicely. Leading rider, Eduardo Diaz has the call. A lot to be said about Cyber Streak. And my final choice in this race, breaking right outside Cyber Streak, will be number 6, inside CB Princess Haley. Just missed completing the trifecta in her trial for the Stallion Service Auction Futurity, trained by Tony Cunningham. This filly also by Cyber Monday has faced a very tough company in each of her 4 efforts. I'm always a believer in not if you get beat, you're going to get beat, but who do you get beat by? And when you look at some of the juveniles that this filly has faced, it's been pretty tough. All right, I'll go 1-7-8-6 in the first of 2 quarter horse races at Horseshoe Indianapolis this afternoon. We'll be back to preview the 10th as soon as everybody's all finished up. Good luck to all.
quarter horse maiden juveniles coming onto the track now for race 9 of 10. This dasher with a 3:30 fast track, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 Valiant the Storm, 12 Buck Bunny, and 13 CV Valiant Corona. 10th race, that quarter horse allowance over the 350 yards. There, no scratches. 8 Keeney's Final Gift, Antonio Rodriguez rides 8 Keeney's Final Gift. That's in the finale. And 3 Fancy Demo is 3 over. Here, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta starts the late double, 2 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rolanda Pina with D double deuce. Uses a flipping halter. Fired up Corona. CB Princess Haley is joined. Edgar Diaz, Blackberry Kiss. Loaded 6-5 favorite has the rail draw for Blackberry Kiss. HH Wildcat Blue. Political Jesters in. DNA, Zoomer Cyber. Like Political Jester, both for Natasha Perez. Two back. Francisco Quintero with AP Jesse's Cartel. Here over the 330 yards. A fast track, no wind. One more. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with Some of It All. Stand by at 330 yards. All in. And they're racing. Blackberry Kiss sharply away past the 220. CB Princess Haley in the middle with Political Jester. Here come charges from Cyberstreak and Fired Up Corona. They're near home. CB Princess Haley, Political Jester. Nearest the inside is Blackberry Kiss who drifted. 5 of them on the wire. Blackberry Kiss who drifted with Political Jester with CB Princess Haley. Right there, Cyberstreak and my Fired Up Corona. Photos. Hold all tickets. Again, we're standing by for the full order after the quarter horse maiden dash. Reckon Blackberry Kiss won it. Edgar Diaz on the 2-year-old Black Filly by Kiss My Hawks. Out of Beach Birdie by Escondido Beach. Claudio Barrazza trains this maiden winner for Sherry Miller. 1 Blackberry Kiss first. Number 7 Political Jester was second. Number 9 Fired Up Corona third. A nose to the 8 Cyber Streak fourth. And 6 CB Princess Haley was fifth after a blanket photo finish. 1-7-9-8-6. Ninth race official. The 1-7 exacta, $19 even. 50-cent trifecta, $28.80. CB Princess Haley was fifth at 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, $70.11. Pick 3, $133.50. 2-1 double, $32.80. Cyrus Streak fourth after photographs. 10-cent superfecta, $1,798, $15.50. CB Princess Haley ran fifth in the maiden. No time posted for the 330 yards. Fast track, no wind. We hop to the 10th. Closing out the card with a quarter horse allowance dash over the 350 here. No scratches, 8 Keeney's final gift. Antonio Rodriguez rides 8 Keeney's final gift. 3 fancy demo, 3 over. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time as advertised at 6:43. Yards, all in. And they're racing. Blackberry Kiss sharply away past the 220. CB Princess Haley in the middle with Political Jester. Here come charges from Cyberstreak and Fired Up Corona. They're near home. CB Princess Haley, Political Jester. Nearest the inside is Blackberry Kiss who drifted. 5 of them on the wire. Blackberry Kiss who drifted with Political Jester was yard. And once again, Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, back tomorrow. Special Friday card here, kicking off from 2:10. Friday's card will feature 2 carryovers. Tomorrow's card, the 50-cent late pick 5 carryover, $37,862. And the $1 late pick 4, presented by iToba, late pick 4 carryover, $31,880. Over $68,000 in carryovers for a special Friday card tomorrow off at 2:10.
Well, we're going to close out our card today with a little different twist on things. This is a 350-yard allowance. 18,500 is the purse, and these are 3-year-olds and up who have never won 2 races. And we'll get to see horses with a little more experience today. Makes it fun to see what they've been through and how they've progressed since breaking that maiden. All right, so we'll go first to number 4, Special Bad Habit. This horse has been very consistent at the allowance level for trainer Ron Raper. Why it's been a year since the son of Habit's Secret has visited the winner's circle. He's the high earner in the field, and he's hit the board in his last 3 efforts. Now, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's nice if you can get consecutive wins, but you certainly have seen how competitive our racing is here, how close the calls are. And to me, I don't look back and say, oh, well, how come the horse didn't win more races? As long as he's, faring well at this level, he deserves to be here. So we'll see how number 4, Special Bad Habit, does. All right, next up for me is going to be number 1, Cashing for the Cartel. This is a filly, and she broke her maiden here impressively on June 5th for trainer Natasha Perez and her go-to rider Diego Bocanegra. Now, this is a filly by EC Jet 1. Regressed a little bit after that maiden breaking effort, joined the allowance ranks 3 weeks later, but I think very capable of one more really good race this afternoon. Just 2 races last season in Houston for this filly before she came up and joined the barn of Natasha. All right, now we'll go next to talk about number 9, and that's MG Fresca. This is a filly by El Macho Prieto Boy. Returns to the barn of Jose Casares, and she's hit the board in 7 of her 10 races. Super consistent. Should be in the mix. Gets a little bit of a rider change. One of a guy that we talk about quite a bit, German Rodriguez, top rider for several years before taking out his trainer license this year. And so when he doesn't have one of his own in, you can be sure the other horsemen are eager to snatch him up. And that's number 9, MG Fresca. And then we'll close out our top 4 selections with a horse I admired a whole lot coming back after a year's layoff, and that was number 8, Keeney's Final Gift. Scored the upset, big odds on this mare. When she broke her maiden on August 12th for trainer Aaron Thompson. What was kind of remarkable about it is she had been off for a year, a total year. And normally, I think I did put her in my lower picks just thinking, well, she's really well-bred, she's a nice mare, but she's probably going to need this. But she didn't have any problem with it. Great breeding, a 4-year-old daughter of apolitical blood. Even though she just broke her maiden, and, she's 4-year-old, good pedigree, anything goes with those types. Sometimes the younger horses that break their maiden and move right up to allowance level, it's a little different. So we'll see. I go 4, 1, 9, 8 in our finale. Good luck to all, and wanted to make sure everybody knows that we have 2 more major quarter horse celebrations coming up in October. The first one will be October 4th. That's going to be trials for the last 2 major futurities of the season. So that'll be a great race, a day of racing that'll take place at Saturday, October 4th, 10:45. And then those horses that qualify for those big futurities, Miss Roxy Little and I think Governor's Cup, they're going to end up coming back for Indiana Champions Day, which is taking place on Saturday, October 25th. Forgive me a little bit today. I have a head cold and kind of zombie-ish, but thanks for putting up with me. All right, well, have a great evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Yes, you will, Martha. Cheers. Per the stewards, number 5, Perry packs a punch, no flipping halter. There's Perry packs a punch in frame. Danny Martinez riding. Tony Cunningham trains now, no flipping halter for the number 5. Perry packs a punch. With cash in for the cartel. First to step onto the track. 220 yards in front of the others. Here they are for the 10th. Quarter horse allowance dasher with a 350. All 10 run. 8 Keeney's final gift. Antonio Rodriguez rides 8 Keeney's final gift. 3 fancy demo, 3 pounds over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Close to post time. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Cash in for the Cartel was first to arrive. Uses a flipping halter. Was getting a bit too active in the gate for Diego Bocanegra. Climbed off of Cash in for the Cartel. Looks like they've got Cash in for the Cartel out to the gate now. Well, Well, here at the 350-yard start, Ray Kuick and crew still working with Cashin for the Cartel. Here's a view. Diego Bocanegra for Natasha Perez. Cashin for the Cartel as Flying Gypsy Deluxe joins. Sneaky Whiskey coming up. Jessica Candymaker uses a flipping halter. As starter Ray Kuick goes over there. Antonio Rodriguez with Keeney's Final Gift. Special Bat Habit is in. No flipping halter for Perry Packs a Punch. Like DLJ, Eagle, Divas Girl, both here for Tony Cunningham. It's the last of the day. MG Fresca's in. Perry Packs a Punch as starter Ray Kuick goes to his spot and takes a hold of the trigger. One more, Francisco Quintero. Was one more back as Cashin for the Cartel was fractious again in the starting gate. Okay, calming down as Cashin for the Cartel. Diego Bocanegra back on board. Now Perry Packs a Punch getting fidgety. A couple of these ready to get on here with the finale. DLJ Eagles Divas Girl standing by to complete the line. Friday's card features 2 carryovers. Now Ray Kuick trotting over to Jessica Candymaker. There's been a lot of action here in the gate. Cashin for the Cartel ready. Now Jessica Candymaker's been backed out. Diego staying off of Cashin for the Cartel. Now Ray Kuick over to Flying Gypsy Deluxe. Ray's a busy man. Now the rider off of Jessica Candymaker. Late scratch number 6, Jessica Candymaker. By order of the stewards, number 6, Jessica Candymaker has now been ordered scratched. All wagers on 6, Jessica Candymaker refunds. There will be a 1 and 6 consolation double. 1-6 consolation double. They're backing the horses out of the starting gate here at the 350. Still ample time to make any alternate wager should you choose after a late scratch on 6, Jessica Candymaker. 1 and 6, that consolation double. Those using Jessica Candymaker in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Kickoff here for the 350 finale past due. The others still circling in back of the starting gate here at the 350. after that late scratch on Jessa Candymaker, the 6 and non-runner. In the meantime, Cash In for the Cartel is standing in the gate all alone. There's Diego Bocanegra looking on. He'll ride Cash In for the Cartel here in the 350-yard finale to close out the card. Starter Ray Cook's crew just resetting the starting gate at the 350 after that late scratch on Jessa Candymaker, the 6, a late scratch. With Cash In for the Cartel having stood in the gate for some time, the others reloading. Flying Gypsy Deluxe back in. Sneaking Whiskey and Fancy Demo rejoin. Special Bad Habit, Keeney's Final Gift, MG Fresca coming up. Only Tony Cunningham's 2 in back of the starting gate. Gate sponsored by B&H Electric. Danny Martinez with Perry Packs a Punch. No flipping halter for Perry Packs a Punch. Again, one more. Francisco Quintero with DLJ, Eagle Divas Girl. Jessa Candymaker, the 6, a non-runner. Here comes the last. Hold in. Cash In for the Cartel. Fractious yet again in the starting gate. Diego Bocanegra back on board, Cash In for the Cartel. A starter Ray Kuick trots over, takes the trigger, ready for a start. Off in the Thursday finale. MG Fresca with DLJ Eagle Divas Girl over here on the stand side. Keeney's Final Gift involved, along with Sneaking Whiskey and Fancy Demo. 110 yards out. It is Fancy Demo, Keeney's Final Gift, MG Fresca, and DLJ Eagle Divas Girl, MG Fresca. From DLJ Eagles Divas Girl with Keeney's Final Gift, Fancy Demo, and Sneaking Whiskey once all was finally said and done. Number 9, MG Fresca first. Number 10, DLJ Eagle Divas Girl was second. Photos for third, fourth. Stand by for the fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. German Rodriguez for Jose Casares MG Fresca at 7-2 takes out the finale. The judges have posted number 8, Keeney's Final Gift, 3rd. Edged Out 3, Fancy Demo, 4th. 2, Sneaking Whiskey, 5th. 17.874 seconds. Fast Track, No Wind, 9:10, 8:3, and Sneaking Whiskey. Tenth race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 9, MG Fresca, with German Rodriguez. MG Fresca to come in. 3-year-old brown filly by El Macho Prieto Boy. Out of the FDD Dynasty mare Spellbound, Jose Casares trains for Jimenez Racing Stable, LLC of Normando Jimenez. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of MG Fresca. Dashes to a victory in 17.874 seconds fast, and there was no win for the finale. 9-10 exact, a $39 even, 50-cent trifecta, $55.75. 1-9 double, 23.20, 1-6 consolation double, $4.40. Fancy Demo, 4th, after the $3.50, the 10-cent superfecta. 9-10-8-3 paid $71.30. Final 50-cent pick 3 of the day, $33.90, with Stinking Whiskey, 5th. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned to $330.49, 17.874 seconds to close out the card. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Friday racing from 2:10 with 2 big carryovers on the card tomorrow. The 50-cent late pick 5 carryover, $37,862, and the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba, a carryover on the Friday card, and the late pick 4 as well, that for $31,880. Hope to see you then. We'll be racing tomorrow from 2:10 with 2 carryovers on the card. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. In the Thursday finale, MG Fresca with DLJ Eagle Divas Girl over here on the stand side. Keeney's Final Gift involved, along with Sneaking Whiskey and Fancy Demo, 110 yards out. It is Fancy Demo, Keeney's Final Gift, MG Fresca, and DLJ Eagle Divas Girl, MG Fresca. From DLJ Eagles Divas Girl with Keeney's Final Gift, Fancy off in the Thursday finale.